there, welcome aboard the 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. Thanks for putting in a few wows in at wow time. And wow, we are ready to go. We've got a long flight and we've got some new add-ons to talk about. So it's time to hop in your C-47 and fly. Well, hey there, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you are doing well. Happy Finally Friday to you. It is also Nebula. We're on a different server today. And I put it in the title hoping this was sort of a last minute change because one of the things we learned today is Two-Tone Murphy is flying a D-Day flight. I think Two-Tone kicks into gear in about an hour or so. And Two-Tone is going to be on the Southeast Asia server. That's one of the lesser known servers. It's one of the lesser used servers. But I thought, let's go over there because we're sort of flying the same route in a way. So because we're going to do the same route and stuff, we figured let's go over and see if we can't catch Two-Tone's flight as well. It should be packed with airplanes. So I thought that would be a really nice flight for us today. Got the C-47 all loaded up. All the flight plans were over on, smoke is bad and stuff, so I'm a little snarfy. Apologize for that. We've got this, and you are able to go and load the flight plan in to Navigraph. And so we've got Navigraph to help us do the flight. There is also over on Discord, one of the things we learned about earlier this morning was Jepson did a really awesome World War II scenery add-on that's free. It's over on Two-Tone's webpage. I've got a link for that, and I'm going to put it in chat just in case you weren't able to get it over on Discord. So I'm just coming over to try and make the copy of the D-Day add-on link. There we go, because I wanted you to get this too. If you're still getting started here, there is the D-Day scenery link. This was something that I think Jepson made for this whole thing. So in it, I did go and do a quick flight. I took off from Cherbourg and did not hit an iceberg and did the flight and saw there's going to be stuff to see. So if you're loaded in right now, it always takes me a little bit longer. Load out, go get that scenery that I just loaded, linked in there. It's free. Drop it in your Flight Sim 2020 community folder and hop on in. Yeah, that's right. There are spotlights in flak, especially if you fly at night. You'll see spotlights and everything else. So yeah, Nebula, there's going to be some fails there. It's just model matching. It's not perfect. And you can see that instead of paratroopers in my airplane, I did load, to load my airplane, it just put cargo in there. That's just kind of the way it's going to be. But it's better than it has been. I mean, we've got an incredible C-47 here. The scenery looks like it's going to be really, really good too. So let's go ahead and do this. We need to hop in our airplane and get going because this flight is going to be 3 hours. This is not a small wheelchair gamer. Yeah, it's also the smoke is pretty bad here. All right, so I'm all set. The airplane is loaded. We've got our fuel aboard. By the way, when you do your fuel planning for this airplane over in SimBrief, even though this is an old Douglas, come on, they used pounds back then. Microsoft Flight Simulator demands that we use kilos for all airplanes to, use the little anvil loading here. I mean, maybe it's supposed to switch it over to pounds here from kgs, but it's never switched it for me. So I just load my fuel up here. I load my payload, and that's really the way it goes. And that's just all there is to that. So let's come on over here and get ready to go. And the ductwork, yeah, the livery, we're using the Ductworks livery. That makes this airplane even better than it ever was. Because otherwise it's just the default, and the Ductworks mod at flightsim.to really adds to it. And the livery, there's a bunch of liveries. This is the Whiskey 7. Whiskey 7 was among the first airplanes to take off. And Whiskey 7 did make it back too. There you go. Nebula's here with a couple of wisecracks too. So let's see. As far as links, we haven't been able to get the links thing working yet. That's taken forever. It's kind of a thing. I'm kind of letting that go right now as far as links. One of the things the next thing is really to try and get sounds back. And that'll be the next big priority, is to try and get sounds, because links is being a bit of a brat. So that's what's going on with those sorts of things. Over here, this is my cold and dark list based on the Into the Blue Sims YouTube video. It was very good. This is my to-do list. That's over on Discord as well, and you might find that a little bit helpful. Also, my research from a few years ago, actually, and again, thank you, Loviz, for saving this, because this was one of those documents that got lost when Windows melted down. And this is the entire flight plan. This is your altitude, speeds, your lights. This is essentially the boiled down version from the original field orders. Also, as you're doing your flight, this will give you the different checkpoints that we're over, the real checkpoints that they used back for D-Day, like Checkpoint Austin and Elko. If you dial in the Southampton VOR and dial it to the 137 degree radial, one of the things that you'll get is when that gets centered up, you know you're pretty much over Austin. Now, it also gives you DME. This airplane does not have a DME, so because of that, we're kind of stuck at the moment. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing sort of the ultimate cheat here, and I put my flight plan in here, and we're going to use the flight tracker on this one to stay on course. So basically, this is how we can go and make this work today. By the way, I've also switched my charts over to the VFR charts here. So after we take off today, our heading should be 257 degrees. We are at an airport that would be considered somewhere in the middle of where all the airports were for our departure. And let's just come on over here and take a look at runways real fast. And there's our runways at this airport. Chances are we're going to do the big runway. It's runway 9 or 27. The weather from near here is 250 at 12. So my guess is we're probably going to want to take off on runway 27, so we can go and use the grass runway to taxi out on to runway 27 and take off. That also puts us in our basic heading too. So that might be our best call for that. If you also didn't know, the scenery package that you download up there from Two Tone's website, the Jepson thing, it also comes with a weather preset. So we're going to have weather that was like the weather over at D-Day. And I will tell you, while the weather was not frightful, it was not a nice sunny day. So no sunscreen's going to be needed. Are we ready to go? Let's get going. Dom T Gaming said 27. I missed that number. Sorry about that. Everything is free today. Yeah, there is nothing, no paywares are involved with this at all. This is the default airplane. This is the ductwork. The ductworks option is free. The mod is free. The scenery is free. And I'm not even charging for bad jokes. So there we go. Shall we get this thing going? Let's get going on here. And our first thing is doors. And you can open in the Ductworks mod, you open your doors with two little switches there. Doors are open. Fuel is set. Let's go ahead and connect ground power. And there's a battery cart over here. Bear, this is going to be a long one. We've got a while. We got some flying to do today. Battery cart is on. The battery is set to the battery cart. We're going to go ahead and do position lights. Position lights are going on. Position lights are on. And we got to get a little hydraulic power right now. The hydraulic meters are over here, and there is no hydraulic fluid. So we need to go and get some hydraulic. So what we're going to do is open the valve, sort of like your garden spigot back there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's sort of a manual pump for your hydraulics in this. And now you can see we've got some hydraulic. So that's good. T-Bird's here. Hi, T-Bird. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. This is about a 3+ hour flight today. This is a 3-hour flight. So this is a long one, and this is just like just like the pilots did. The only difference is I'm flying in daylight right now. The only reason to fly at night is so that you could see the spotlights that you're going to see earlier, when we get across the coast. Otherwise, the Pathfinders, some of them took off 10:30, 11:30 the day before D-Day. So these were the very first flights. Cowl flaps need to be open. Our cowl flaps are in trail position, and we're going to put it into open. That looks good. Flight controls. I've got my flight controls turned off. You can turn them on and off by clicking this placard down at the bottom of the instrument panel. And you can come over here and over here. Yeah, Loviz found a really, really good video when Robert Randazzo from PMDG did this flight. And this was earlier because Robert has a DC-3. And yeah, flying the plane is a challenge, even with the Garmin. And PMDG, they had themselves a Garmin on that particular flight. Loviz linked to that video. I'm sure Loviz will pop it in a little bit later on in the flight. It was interesting to watch. I remember when it happened, it was kind of exciting to see. Okay, let's see. Flight controls are checked. Let's see. We need to do lock. The carb heat is forward and locked. Okay, propellers are forward. Propellers are forward. Throttle's cracked open just a little bit. Mixture is going to be rich, and that looks good. Fuel selectors. We've got fuel selectors all over this airplane. And I'm going to go and do left main on this side, right main on that side. And if you look up here, you can see that we've got fuel set up just fine. And we do have to switch our fuel tanks in the middle of this flight. And that's it. We're ready to go. Let's go ahead and close the doors. Doors are closing.
Subscriber
Our
confirmed.
Doors are closed. There we go. Oh my gosh, look who's here. It's Two-Tone Murphy. Two-Tone is here with a really nice resub. Hey, Two-Tone. A huge thank you to you for having on your website the Jepson D-Day scenery. I'm not kidding. That is amazing. Thank you for having that over there. We've been trying to get spies to go and pick that up for today's flight. We are doing the Operation Neptune Boston flight plan, and we are over on your server because we hear you're going to take off, so we're expecting to see a flock of Two-Tone Murphy pilots today, and definitely can't wait to see that. So this is our flight plan for the drop zone today. And so we're going to be on the lookout for your flight as well. And don't worry, we won't play bumper planes or anything like that. You're going to be on Albany? Okay, so we're really close to these. We're really close. And if you're wondering, what we're talking about, Boston and Albany and, Neptune and all of that, I'm going to show you a couple of links during the flight about where you can go and get original documents. I mean, these are the original documents, the field orders, and the maps that the pilots had. It's really quite amazing to go and see. So we're on the Southeast Asia server. That's the one that Two-Tone Murphy is usually on, I hope. And we can't wait to see your flight over there, too. This is always one of the cool things about flight simming. Okay, doors are closed. My beacon is going to go on, although whenever I see the word beacon, I always misplace a few of the words up there, and I start thinking bacon for some reason. So that's good. Beacon is going on. Main ignition is going on as well. Main ignition is on. I think it's time to get out of here. So we're going to go fuel booster pump on the right side. Fuel booster pump is on. We got that. If you come back here, you can actually hear the fuel booster pump back in the cabin here on the right side of the airplane, which is really pretty cool. Okay, let's get going. So we're going to go and energize the right engine and let it energize for a second there. Now I'm going to go hit the mesh button and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go and turn on the ignition and the booster. And hope that we see smoke. Uh-oh, I think I may have let go of the booster pump a little bit too soon. Nope, we got an engine going. We got an engine going. All right, so let's come on down here to our engine instruments, and we want a little more than on the RPM, so move that throttle up until you get about 1100 RPM. So there's 1100 RPM, maybe just a little bit more. Okay, that one was pretty good. Let's go ahead, fuel booster pump, left engine. Let's go ahead and start the left engine. And left engine energizer. Leave it on for just a little bit. And hit the mesh button, start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and energize and... not energize, primer. And there goes smoke. And we got 2 props going. Now, I'm not sure if that is the proper way to start the props. It's what works for me. And there is your first really, really bad joke for today's flight. Okay, we got 2 good engines going on here. And... let's go ahead and start rolling these throttles down just a little bit. And I'm going to keep the lowest engine at about 1100 RPM. That's looking pretty good. The real pilots are going to come over and check their oil temperature, their cylinder head temperatures to make sure that these old engines are working good. So now we can come up here and we're going to go and we're going to reset the left generator and turn it on, reset the right generator and turn it on. We can turn off the booster pumps for now, so the fuel booster pumps can go off right now too. Let's come on over to this side. We need to do avionics master can go on. Let's go ahead and change the battery now over to the ship battery. That's the one aboard the airplane. And we're gonna go and get rid of the battery cart. Battery cart is good and we are on board here. Bonsoir, Moustache. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Atlas Systems, that's right. You know who else took part in D-Day? I think that a guy named James Doohan took part in D-Day. You might know him as Scotty from Star Trek, I believe. Okay, airports. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the B button for my altimeter. That looks pretty good. It's taxi time. Let's head on out to the runway. Ready to go? So, parking brake is going off. Parking brake is off. And we're going to follow. There's Nordov, and I think I saw Loviz already getting ready to go. Here we go. So, taxi on out. That's Dom T Gaming flying with us today. There is J88ME. Loviz, who, by the way, actually has jumped out of a military airplane on several occasions and can tell us what it's really like. Apparently, it's a little scary and hard on your ankles and your knees. Okay, there's the runway. We were going to go and use this grass strip over here to taxi back. And that looks good too. Okay, tail wheel is unlocked. Toe brakes. Check the toe brakes. Make sure we can stop. Okay, toe brakes check is good. While we're rolling here, let's see. We could go and do the run-up. I think we're going to be fine. Let's get going. It's a 4-hour flight. We'll do the run-up another day. Come on up here. Pitot tube heaters are going on. And that looks good. Autopilot heading. We're going to set the autopilot heading when we get there. Landing lights getting ready to go on. Flaps 1/4. Trim is going to stay neutral. At least that's how it works well for me. Cowl flaps are going to go to trailing. Cowl flaps are set to trail. Almost time to go. Aviation Lover Raleigh, I'm sorry, our permitting thing is just not working for us. I'm really sorry about that. Onto an active runway. Landing lights going on. Oh, is this your local airport, Aviation Lover Raleigh? This is your airport right here? All right, there we go. We're all lined up. I think it's time to go. Shall we get ready to depart the scene of the crime? Fuel booster pumps back on. Booster pumps are back on. Landing lights are on. Trim is set. Cowl flaps are ready. Let's get going gently. Throttle's going up. Throttle's going all the way up there. That looks good. We're pointing down the runway. Lock the wheel. The tail wheel lock. There's 60 knots. Now you're going to notice the nose going down a little bit. There goes the nose down. 60, 70, 80, and gently pull the nose up, and up, up, and away time. There we go. Little close to stall speed. This does not climb like a jet. Gear going up. Turn to a heading of 257 degrees. 257 is our first heading. There's about as close as we're going to get. 257 degrees. Let's go over here. Somebody just did something nice, I think, over on YouTube. All right, now we're going to go, and I'm going to sync up my gyro pilot heading here. There's 90 knots. Flaps can go up. Still syncing my gyro pilot here. Still doing a nice gentle climb. Speed's coming up, and we're going to climb at about 90. Okay, that looks really pretty good. Let's look over our shoulder. I'm going to pop this guy on. That's going to get us gyro pilot, engage. Heading hold, engage. Our climb is looking pretty good. Now let's go to climb power, which is going to be 2,500 RPM. So that's the throttles. So 2,500 RPM. And then our throttle, so the props are RPM, the throttle is MAP. 42 inches of manifold pressure. There's 42 inches of manifold pressure, and that is climb power. Okay, that looks really pretty good. And Sunjammer is here. Hi, Sunjammer. Hi, NASCAR. Low-vis will bring up the rear. Thank you, Low-vis. Okay, it's going to get dark. I'm going to turn up some engine instruments here. And this looks really good. Now then, altitudes are important. So we are supposed to come out of here. Outbound is 1,500 feet. I've already blown that altitude. I've already blown the altitude here. So let's push the nose down. We're supposed to go out at 1,500 feet. And that's to Elko. So I'm already doing that. Let's see. Cruise power is 2,000 RPM. So we go and take the props down to, 2,000 RPM. And The throttles go to 42 inches map. Yep, still 42 inches. Nope. It's 30 inches manifold pressure. So 30 inches of manifold pressure, 20,000 RPM, and I'm still climbing. So I'm going to get written up for that. Okay, we got to get ready for our next course heading. We're about ready to make our first turn. And our first turn is going to be to a heading of 191 degrees. Left turn to 191. I've already, oh really? Tripod cats, I've already blown my engines up. Well, that's the perk about flying with default airplanes. But yeah, you're probably right. Remember the Boeing 247D? Okay, let's go ahead and make our turn now to 191. And here comes our turn. The 247D add-on airplane tripod catch, you really could blow your engines on that one. I mean, you could set them on fire. It was so bad. Tripod says, please reduce the map first. Props first, then RPM. Got it, Tripod Cats. Thank you for that tip. Okay, there we are. There is our turn. And as you can see, the weather outside is somewhat frightful. Let's go ahead and do landing lights going off now. And all of that looks really good at the moment. And we need to get down to 1,500 feet. I know, I am losing altitude. We need to be our outbound to some of our first waypoints. So our first waypoint that we're doing right now, we are going to Checkpoint Austin is our first waypoint. And it's 1,500 feet until the Elko checkpoint. And then 1,000 feet after that out over the water, and then it's 500 feet across the water. So we are definitely supposed to be going down a little bit. I'm also horribly fast. Really fast. We're supposed to be doing this at 140 miles an hour. So I'm going to run into the airplanes ahead of us. So I'm going to go ahead and get my speed a little bit lower. So let's go ahead and do manifold pressure. I'm going to drop that to 25. And then my other speed was 1,700. So 1,700. Hey, look at that. We're right there. Because I'm going way too fast. Okay. Oh, now we're going too low. Now we're going too low. Bring up the nose. There we go. And we're looking pretty good. We should check our barrow periodically and hit the B button. That is a good safety tip. That is a good safety tip. Okay, looking pretty good here. We are 100 feet too low. Let's go up just a little bit. And we're doing relatively good. So our first waypoint, I think that was waypoint Austin. Our next waypoint is Elko. So we're good to go there. Okay, how we doing? Still going down a little bit here, so a little bit up on the gyro pilot. The real pilots, my guess is, didn't even come close to turning on the gyro pilot for this point. But the thing is the pilot had a co-pilot, and my guess is there was also a navigator back here and a radio operator and probably a crew chief back in here along with everything that they were carrying. And they weren't live streaming. So that's kind of why I went to the gyro pilot pretty quickly. Okay, altitude coming back up 1,500 feet and we're at 150 miles per hour, not in knots here. Not in knots. Let's go ahead and I'm going to do, how about 5 degrees to the right? We've got some wind here. And I'm a little bit to the left of my course. GT Boy, beer cheers, and thank you for coming in. That's right. The other thing is it was very tight formation. Very tight formation. That's why the speed and the altitude were critical. Otherwise, you're going to bump into each other. And remember, when we get out over the coast, we turn off all of our lights. We don't want to be seen, you know, even if we're flying just above the waves there. So, yeah, being in the tight formation. And Two-Tone actually, I saw there was a video that Two-Tone did about this. And Two-Tone has some pilots that actually did the little echelon formation a year or so ago, I think. And that's incredibly impressive flying. Would the real pilots get a gimbal lock? As long as they don't have to stir the cryo tanks. I'm assuming that that was an Apollo 13 joke, Atlas. Right? Okay, 1,500 feet, almost 140 miles an hour. We're almost in the groove. It only took me how long? And Tripod Cat saying, would you just stop doing this? You're blowing up your engines. Sadly, the thing is this is an airplane that we fly once a year. We fly the DC-3, you know, once a year for D-Day, sometimes twice a year if we're going to do the Berlin airlift. Mostly, I think we take the DC-6 on the Berlin airlift. Okay, we're doing pretty good. I'm going to go one click of the nose down, and that should be good. That was the question about stirring the cryo tanks. We'll have to ask Kevin Bacon about that one. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's see. Cruise checklist. Trim is set. Power is groovy. Mixture now goes to auto lean. Mixture is auto lean. We'll do fuel tanks in a bit. After takeoffs, there was also the fuel booster pumps can go off. Fuel booster pumps can go off. PMDG's been working on the DC-6 for 2024. And according to the latest video, Robert Randazzo says they're really working on improving that airplane. I think that's going to be really awesome. I do like the Robert Randazzo videos. The PMDG updates like that. I think they're pretty good. 3 cheers. Okay, so you can see we're doing pretty good on our flight here. Now then, let's try some of my goofy navigation from a few years back. So we believe that we have gone past Austin. So our next checkpoint is Elko. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change, and this is how I'm going to show that I've gotten to that checkpoint. Elko is next. So what that means is let's dial in the Southampton VOR and dial in a 087 and see if that still works. It worked the first year I did this. So Southampton is 113.35. Okay, 11335. Let's make that active. Now then, at Elko, we need to be on the 087 degree radial. So that's this guy here. And we turn this straight up. So 03, 04, 5, 6, 085, 085, 086, 087. And now what we should do is we should see when we get to checkpoint Elko, this should be centered up. We'll see. Let's come on over here, and I need to do 5 degrees to the right. Hey, it's Captain Moose. Mustafa's here. Hey, did I read everything correctly yesterday? It's not only D-Day, it's tomorrow your birthday. Did I misread that or something? I hope, if it is, super duper happy birthday. And if it isn't, still going to go ahead and put party hats in because, Mustafa's here. 42 years young. Really? Well, congratulations. Absolutely congratulations to you. And thank you for 42 years. Thank you for being here and all of the really cool things that you do in the world of flight simming. All right, I need to boost this just a bit here. We're a little slow. Low vis is cheating. Hey, you know what? We're in multiplayer. It doesn't matter what the rules are. Keo is here. Hi, Keo. So I got a little slow and a little low. Story of my life. Actually, it's usually more faster than anything else. How about another 5 degrees to the left? I know. Happy birthday, Moose. We all should pitch in and send a big box of moose bread to Fresno. Tim Dog says it's storming. In your real world, Tim Dog? I'm going to do just another little touch over here. Well, Tim Dog, you know what? Don't really watch it with your computer if there's lightning. I'm going to add just a touch. There we go. I'm a touch slow. We need to be at 140 miles an hour. I'm a little slow, and we're right at our speed. You're on a... Well, the heck with that. Who cares about the work computer? Oh, don't tell the boss I said that. Another few degrees over to the left, please. Oh, was that a Galaxy Buzz Lightyear Star Command that I missed? Okay, let's go and push the nose down just a few clicks. There's also a climb and descend meter over here. I usually find that's a little bit better for managing your altitude. Tim Dog, yes, it is a Mustafa birthday party. So let's see, I mentioned that I was going to send you a couple of links. This is a long flight, and my jokes are going to get pretty stale. So there is a video. I'm going to put a link to the YouTube video in chat. This is a video that was done by the military. This was after Normandy, but it was kind of a recap of how everything worked. And I kind of feel like, you know, it's a little bit old by our standards, but I think that that's really good. That's a really good video to kind of pick up on the flavor of what's going on. It also explains our trip pretty good, too. Was that a next generation? And Loviz sees two-tones flights to the west of us. So the west is over there. Is that a two-tone flight, maybe? I don't know who it is, but your mama's over there. I mean, that's the name. That's them? Okay, we got to watch. So we got to make sure, because I bet they're going to our next checkpoint too. They're going to go to their next checkpoint. So over here on our navigation, you know, we're going to have to do routes and timings now for next year maybe. Okay, so we're on our way to Elko. That's our next checkpoint. And that's going to be, I think we've got that all set up to make sure that that's checkpoint Elko. Dom T Gaming said, no, can't be. They haven't departed yet. And a couple of degrees down here. That looks good. So we're a little high. Our speed's pretty good, though. That is them. They're still on the ground, though. Okay. All right, so we're right about 1,500 feet. This is the way it's supposed to be. We're doing pretty good. Let's see. Epidemic Sound had some big band stuff that I loaded. So we can kind of get the flavor. Can't actually play Glenn Miller stuff, which everybody was dancing to. They were spawning in at an airport to the west of us. Okay, looking good here. Still a touch high. Speed is right. Let's go down another click or two. And now let's go ahead. I was wanting more 1,700 RPM. That's good. Hey, at least there's no black smoke coming out of here yet. Mustache says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate today. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Okay, I see Low-Vis up ahead. Oh, that's right. Low-Vis used the warp drive button. The button that I didn't know that we had in Microsoft Flight Simulator until a VATSIM controller had to say, what's your problem, dude? In a VATSIM event. That was a fun day. Okay, so I believe we're coming up on Elko. And I hope to start seeing the...
Subscriber confirmed.
I hope to see my VOR kind of loop-de-loop over here. Let's see, Dan just did a resub. Dan, thanks for the resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me keep this live stream thing going. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. It has been a long road. You know, the live, you know, from Weather Center to live stream's been a long road, but I couldn't do it without you, and thank you. Now, it could be that maybe this is Austin. Let's look and see. Let's dial in 137 here and just have a look at that. Let's see if this is better. If it's 137... No, not really. How about... I think it is Elko. Let's 087. Let's go the other way. No, that's not working either. I don't think I know what I'm doing here. It's not that one. It's not this one, is it? Is it this one? 087 over here. Let's see if this is it. I thought it was the lower one that changes your VOR. No, it isn't. Well, I've still got a ways to go, so I shouldn't panic. Was there a reference to Enterprise? I did finally see a little... Uh-oh, we're going down, it's too low. Up. Autopilot, altitude hold doesn't work well. I did finally see Enterprise, the Picard series. I know, I'm 100 years behind the rest of the world.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Octane Racing 77, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Okay, looking pretty good here. I think it's this one. Okay, there's 090. That should be 087. And that should be... This thing should center up when we get over this. Francisco, welcome aboard. Francisco wants to start a simulator channel on YouTube. Hey, Francisco, good luck. I think that when it comes to deciding whether or not you're going to start a content channel, the most important thing is it's got to be something you really, really like. You've got to really, 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 really like it. And you've got to, you know, want to learn about it and always be curious about it. Because there'll get to be a point where it's going to be like a job. And because if you're going to be on a YouTube channel, unless, you know, you're going to use an AI voice and no camera or something like that, people are going to tell when you burn out. And that kind of becomes a problem for you. And I don't know what you're trying to do with this, but... So make sure it's something that you care about, that you're really, really excited about. And most important, that you can have fun with it. It's very important that it's fun, especially when it comes to creating and putting content, whether it's on radio, TV, or the internet. If you're having fun, your audience is having fun, and they'll come back for more. And that's actually the biggest, you know, when it comes to content creation or broadcasting advice or whatever, that's advice that a boss gave me back in 1984. I know I'm that old. And it's worked for me for my entire career. Well, this doesn't look very good for my little little theory about my VORs, does it? This is not looking good. Okay, we're a little bit low, a couple of degrees up bubble. It's not an up bubble on like a submarine. I just thought it sounded cool. Speed is a little bit slow, so let's do a little bit more manifold pressure here, and just a touch more RPM. Let's see, we're at auto lean, so that's good. Almost time for us to make our turn. This is our second big turn as we fly the route of Red Route 1 here. As I mix our you know, the World War II with the Cold War. And this is our second turning. Heading is 236 degrees. 236 at this point. This is not looking good at all. Did I do the radio right? 133.35. Yep, that's Southampton. Let's see. Maybe it's Austin. Let's try 137. Let's do 137. See if it's moving for 137. No. It's not. Oh, wait a minute. This might be checkpoint Austin. That might be checkpoint Austin. Okay. There is 1, 2. That is 1, 3. That's 135. And that would be 137. Yeah, it's moving. We are not. This is checkpoint Austin. I'm an idiot. So we're coming up on checkpoint Austin here. And 236 degrees. Yep, it's moving over. Cool. And if we had a DME, it would say that we're 16 miles away from the Southampton VOR. And here we are at checkpoint Austin. Okay, a little bit high. And drop the nose down a couple of clicks. Speed is a little bit slow. Let's just touch those throttles a wee bit here. And that should be good. Turn to 2-2. That's about 236. There's our turn. And look at that. It's centered up. Okay, we have just reached checkpoint Austin. So over on my flight log, I'm going to hit equal sign. And that's good. Now then, let's up the ante a bit. According to this, it is 1930 Zulu, according to my clock here. So I'm going to put in 1930 Zulu on the clock. This next should be... Oh, I didn't do timings on that. I gotta do timings for that. I don't have that. I gotta do that. Okay, so next step, let's go ahead and redial this over now for Elko, which is 087 degrees. So let's set 087 down here. 087. Okay, there's 090, 989, 8887. There we go. That looks good. And our turn is looking really good. We've got a little bit of wind out there. How about a little bit of a turn to the right here? No, a turn to the left. Sorry. There we go. Looks good. Your mama is now up to 3,400 feet. And that's supposed to be the two-tone Murphy. My guess is we're all going to start converging when we start to get down here. So that was Checkpoint Austin. This is Elko. Flatbush is how we exit the coast. This is where we drop our altitude down to 1,000 feet at Flatbush and turn out the lights. Now, one of the things is as we're going along here, climbing. Bad pilot, climbing all over the place, probably going to speed up a little bit too much. There we go, back where we belong. The weather outside is frightful. So one of the things is, as I flew the lower part of Red Route 1, I don't know why. I haven't seen that movie in years. I got to come up with a new name. As you're coming over the coast here, this is our checkpoint over the coast. As you're coming over this point, you're going to start to hear the artillery. And you're really going to hear it out here. You're going to see smoke and flames along this beach here. And as you're coming into your drop zone, as you come to St. Mary Église here in this area, you're going to see paratroopers in the scenery that you can get on the Two-Tone Murphy website, which is really nice. And it was done by Jepson, I believe. Okay, this looks good. Next year, I need to do timing so that because our airplane doesn't have DME, but we could do some dead reckoning and do our timing. So if we've got the time between the two at 140 knots, we should be able to tell when we're going to get there. A little bit fast, but I'm descending down to get back to 1,500 feet. It was a bit of a droopy day for all of this. It was fun taking the DC-3 into Santos Dumont yesterday. Yes, I did get the airplane stopped. We did not go into the drink. Nobody was hurt. It wasn't the smoothest of landings. All right, there we go. That's going to hold about 1,500 feet. We're a touch fast now. Let's just let the airplane settle here for a second. Okay, what's next? We're about halfway to our next checkpoint, and our next checkpoint in the flight plan is checkpoint Elko. And then, looks like we're going to be on the Sam VOR for a while. Then we're going to switch over to Guernsey. You can also, if you go and get this file, here are raw coordinates that you can put into Navigraph, and that works really good too. These were the original checkpoints from the actual mission orders, so to give you an actual latitude and longitude of all of these checkpoints. I've gone and taken them and, digitized them so that we can put them into like Navigraph, so we know exactly where Drop Zone Tango is, which is ours. Okay, how we doing? We are at 1,500 feet. Our speed is 145, not so bad. Drumma, thank you. Always good to do these little mission checks and make sure everything's okay. Not so bad. How are we doing as far as Navigraph is concerned? I'm a little bit off to the side. A little bit off to the side. And look at this, my VOR meter is starting to roll over. So here comes the VOR. That's working out pretty good. We are almost to checkpoint Elko. After Elko, we want to pass Flatbush by at 1,000 feet. Still at 140 miles an hour. And we'll stay on the Southampton VOR. Hey, Russ, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Russ, we don't know what we're going to do next. So this is about a 3 to possibly with weather 4-hour flight for us today. So what we'll do is when we're on our way back, as we start our way, start heading north, we'll go and take a look at VATSIM and find a normal spy jet flight to take. Airbus, Boeing, probably maybe a 777 flight or something like that. I'm going to do a click up here. That's good. All right, our next heading is going to be 202 degrees. 202 is our next heading. We're at 1,500 feet, fairly close to our speed. Here comes our VOR centering up like a good airplane. And we'll get ready to make our turn. I'm a little south of my waypoint on my course here. So I'm going to turn a little bit later. Guess this is before the days of auto throttles, right? And all is right with the world here. And this is much more convenient, easy to see up-down meter, climb and descend meter. All right, new heading is 202. There's 21. There's 202. Probably should have waited a little bit. I'm still way to the east of my course. And then that checks off Elko. At Elko, at Flatbush, it's the 059 degree radial. So 059 down here. And there's 060-059. That looks good. Hey, Tombrosco, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, all of that looks good. I'm going to go to the west. Let's go 10 degrees west, and I can get a little bit closer to my center line here. 1,500 feet. We have to lose 500 feet by the time we cross over checkpoint Flatbush. So we have to be at 1,000 feet there, and then after that, it's 500 feet to gallop. I guess that's flying under the radar. Okay, that looks good. A little bit of a climb. Let's push the nose down a click. And look over here. The engine's still attached to the wings. The wings are still attached to the airplane. My guess is all is right with the world. Yeah, I should be over with those airplanes there. So we'll slowly meet up there. a little high. And relatively good speed. We're slowly going to merge over there too. Pratt PT says spy hat. Okay, let's see. Now I can't use the Airbus hat. Now I really can't use the Boeing hat. This is a Douglas, so we're going to have to go with the original spy hat here. Got to do the original spy hat for today. Okay, still a little high. Let's go one click going down. Speed still relatively good. Now we'll look out the window, make sure we're not going to bump into anybody. There's nebula, there's low vis. We got to watch out for other airplanes. Okay, this is good. And we'll just put some basic spy jams in. We'll turn off the music when we approach the French coast. My guess is the pilots, you know, back in the day, they would use like AM radio stations and listen to music on their flights and missions. You know, when they could pick it up. All right, 100 feet too high, 5 knots too fast. Russ says C-47 rolling down the strip, airborne ranger, gonna take a little trip. Shuffle to the door. If my chute doesn't open, have another one by my side. Russ, I'm guessing that that is something that maybe Loviz would recognize too. A little something that they say before jumping out of the plane. Okay, come on out there. Another click down, right around 140. That's good. As we go across the, exit the channel, I was going to switch my fuel tanks to the auxiliary, and fuel off the auxiliary for a while. That's the cadence call that Loviz says. Okay, all right. Now let's make the turn back to 202 degrees, and that should be good. And there's other airplanes. Okay, 140 a little bit fast. Continue a downturn, and we're right on our course according to Navigraph. Bury me deep with a case of Coors. A case of Light. Does it mean that I'm a snob, that I would want something other than Coors or Light? I probably shouldn't be snobby about something like that. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Remember, as we get to this waypoint here, that's going to be Flatbush right there, and we need to drop down to 1,000 feet here. So let's go ahead. We don't want to speed up too much. So let's go manifold pressure down to 25. And RPM down a little bit, and push the nose over to go to 1,000 feet, to cross Flatbush at 1,000 feet. Okay, we're going down. Speed still kind of coming up a little bit. There's 25 inches manifold pressure, and there's 1,500 RPM. Loviz says, we said yesterday jumping between 500 and 700 feet in the op. They would not have time to deploy the reserve chute if there was a malfunction. Combat gear and reserve are nice if you land in trees. It helps to not be impaled by branches. Eek. Yeah, we don't want to be impaled by branches. If I die in a German, bury me deep with a case of slits. If I don't die, bury me in a case of Jack. If I die, bury me with a case of Budberry. Grateful Dead, so I can rock with Axl Rolls. I've never heard any of those before, Russ. Okay, looking good there. A little fast, but that's okay. Loviz landed in trees once and barely missed the power line. According to the mission orders, we dropped to 500 feet for the jump. It's 500 feet for the jump. I need to go a little bit to the left here. We have to go over the island, and sadly, my lighthouse doesn't show up. There's a lighthouse that we fly over. Coming up on 1,000 feet. And let's go nose up and back to what we had. Okay, so that was right up there at about 27 MAP and 1700 RPM. There's 1,000 feet, about a touch fast. And there's our island up here. So lights out over the island. I don't know. It was probably an awful lot like Harry Potter and the gang the first time they ever traveled by Portkey. And everybody went splat. Okay, so beacon and position lights go off and descend to 500 feet out over the channel. There is 1,000 feet right there. A little bit of nose up. And a few degrees to the right, to the left. And we are coming over our waypoint here at Flatbush. So the Southampton VOR is starting to center up nicely. That's good. Lights out after the island. That's correct. According to the mission orders, it's lights out after the lighthouse. Actually, maybe let's look and see. Nope, that's the checklist for the flight. It's over here. Okay, what was it? Okay. Lights off 4 minutes past Flatbush, on at Flatbush. So 4 minutes after Flatbush is when your lights go out, and that's the tip, the south tip of the island, and that's there. Mr. Jazz says today is also Swedish National Day. I thought that was yesterday, but today is Swedish National Day. I saw some really cool, some more Scandinavian. Some other Scandinavian posts on social media. And then there's that, and then the lighthouse was actually right here at the tip. And you can see we're really kind of close. I'm slightly off by a bit. Not too bad. Okay, so it would be 4 minutes after our waypoint. Our VOR is all lined up there, so that's good too. So it is today. Okay, so happy Swedish National Day today too. If it weren't so late, it would be good to do a Scandinavian flight today. All right, so according to the clock, it is 2050 or 1950. Probably 1950, and so 4 minutes is the lights out from here. And over here we go, and that is... There goes Flatbush. Next is Gallup, and for that we're going to need the Guernsey VOR. There goes low vis. Oh my gosh, you can see the tail number on that airplane. Okay, start our descent. 500 feet. 500 feet out to Gallup. And as I recall, the water is a bit choppy. Oh, speed's coming up. Roll that back a little bit. Dom T Gaming says it was also raining. $900 feet. Now the mission orders say drop zone. Drop zone altitude is 700 feet. And then after you drop, it's 100 feet after the drop zone until you get out over the water. Because I guess you want to be as close to the ground because they're going to be shooting at you. They're going to be shooting at you. There's 150 knots. Yeah, we could be going down a little faster. One more click. A little bit of a breeze is blowing me off my course, so we're going to add a few degrees over there. 800 feet. The trip back, you're supposed to be at 3,000 feet. And you're actually supposed, the airplanes are crossing over each other on this. And that was, so you could have a narrow area of a no-fire zone on airplanes during this. So even if there's a boat down there, you're not supposed to fire on airplanes in this zone. 700 feet, 10 knots faster. I don't think I'm going to run into low vis. There's Nebula still with us. And Death's Angel is over there. $650 feet. Slink for Slink is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Just for fun. This is, it's not really just for fun. This is a tribute flight. This time, 81 years ago, airplanes just like this one had departed just, Sunjammer's with us. Hi, Sunjammer. Let's see. I think that's Dom T Gaming back over there. So they were doing airplanes just like this. We're flying across this channel. Day and night operation. Dom T Gaming is with us on this flight too. Thank you for doing this. Okay, here is 500 feet. And let's come on up here. Little bit of nose up now at 500 feet. You usually go a click or two up, so it'll stabilize that at about 500 feet, 149 miles an hour, not so bad. Let's see. Gallup, we need the Guernsey VOR. Guernsey is 109.4. 109.4. There's 109.4. And we're going to be on the 176 degree radial. 176 degree radial. So there. You got to see the red arrows today. There's 1.5, 1.55, 1.6, 1.65, 1.7, 1.75, 1.76 degree radial. Okay, we're all good there. We're not receiving it yet, but that should be a good indicator that we are over Gallup. Average Canadian gets to go to Fort Lauderdale today. And DDay Palpro, welcome back to you. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Okay, about 148 miles an hour, a little bit low. Now that we're so close to the water, I don't think we really want to get too low to the ground. Oh, average Canadians doing a sim flight. Okay, got it. Now, as we get close to the coast, you're going to want to turn off any music. And I'm going to try and shut up for a while, so that we can start hearing some of the sounds of this scenery. A 100 feet too low. Tim Dog, yeah, the scenery that I've been yammering about, you will hear sounds. Basically, you're going to hear gunfire. You'll hear it coming across the coast, and you'll on both coasts is where you'll hear that. And it will be loud. Apparently, it was loud in the plains. Still not climbing very much. About 900 feet too low. And 140. Now, for the drop zone, we're going to go to 700 feet, but you've got to get your airspeed back to 110 knots. Now, if you look at my airplane, 110 is fairly close to the little marker here, and the airplane starts getting wobbly. So really slowing your airplane down to 110 for the drop is important. Okay, coming up on finally 500 feet there, a touch slow. I'm going to add just a little touch of manifold pressure and RPM. Low vis, okay, so you can drop your flaps. All right, so we can drop our flaps a little bit to get to that speed. So we'll probably go to a quarter flaps for the drop there. Their speed's coming up. Everything looks good. We're right where we're supposed to be. We're coming up on Gallup. I don't have the Guernsey VOR showing up yet, but we're coming up here on Gallup, and we'll continue down to Hoboken. Does the weather get better up ahead? No, it's actually gets a little bit worse. And you're going to have rain showers and lower altitudes too. If you're wondering, so what's this other line over here? This is the return line. So we're going to do this box over here and then come back over, and then we go back across the channel. So that's why it is that Gallop appears twice in your Dom T Gaming. If you got the scenery came with a weather preset. We're using a weather preset that came with the scenery. Okay, there's 500 feet. Okay, yeah, so when you signed into the sim, you could change the weather to presets. That's where you would have got to go and plug it in. All right, Guernsey 109.4, 109.4. I am not picking up the Guernsey VOR. So no Guernsey VOR for Gallop. Next is Hoboken, and that's going to be the 147 degree radial. So 15987. Okay, so we got that one for our next one. And we've just passed Hoboken. This is Gallop. Next is Hoboken. We stay, I believe, at 500 feet to Hoboken. Then after we go across we climb back to 1,500 feet after Peoria. So when we make the turn here, so it's 500 feet, but you want to be back at 1,500 feet here, and then it's 700 feet for your drop and slow down. Hi, Ashley. Not sure, this is a long flight that we're doing. This is the annual D-Day flight, so not sure how long this is going to take. Extra annoyed. Uh-oh. Now you've never waited to get the 907 XT even more games. I need a little bit of a left turn here. That was a right turn. No? It's opposite on this thing. So 1,500 when you cross the coast. $140 miles an hour, that's still good. A little bit high right now. How about two little down clicks there? That looks good. There's Nebula. Sunjammer is here too. Okay, relatively good altitude, relatively good speed. Next course, next turn is 113 degrees. 113 degrees is going to be your turn at Hoboken. Loviz says if you've got this, you can change it in weather here. If you've got the preset, you don't have to exit the sim. So if you just hit the weather, and then you can go to the D-Day weather preset there, and that will give you D-Day weather if you went and got the scenery. Thanks, Loviz. So you don't have to get out of this scenery to go and change the weather preset. Are we there yet? Tim Dog, not even close. However, we're getting close to our drop zone. Usually when we do this flight, the hardest time that I have is the 100 feet. It's the 100 feet after the drop. Okay, there's 500 feet. A little bit fast. I'm a little bit to the west of our course, but not bad. I think probably the best thing to do is, as we're approaching the drop zone, we'll turn off the gyropilot and fly that part by hand. I think that'd probably be a little bit better. My guess is props full forward on this one too, so that you can get to your 100 feet. Well, we don't have smoke coming out of the back of our engines, so that's good news. We are about halfway now. Halfway to making our turn in. The turn in is going to be 113 degrees for 47 nautical miles. Melvin Leroy. Yes, it's a good thing we did a practice flight in this yesterday. Otherwise, it would be a pretty, you know what? I don't think I did. 4 minutes, North Gaming, I totally forgot. Beacon and position lights go off. And there we go. Beacon and position lights are off. That's right, we're supposed to turn off our lights, North Gaming. Good reminder, important safety tip. But yeah, Melvin Leroy, this old airplane, a little bit of practice and it's not so bad. It's not so bad on this one. A touch low, one click of up. Speed is relatively close. You need to work in the airplane a little bit more. Oh yeah. This is one of those airplanes that you gotta stay practiced in. If you stay practiced in it, it'll be fine. I am not. Let's do a good Dom T Gaming. Let's see where we're at here. So fuel, I am at 90 and 90 in the right and left tanks. I'm at 120 and 120 over there. Melvin says we ought to fly this a little more often. Hey, we've got some nice passenger liveries for this. We could do some prop passenger service. Use this as a commuter plane. Maybe when we cross the coast, it would be good. I'm not sure about the layout. When's the best time? That's right, we should, yeah, because the airplane is now working in 2024. So Loviz says, yeah, before we forget it, let's fly it in 2024. Okay, getting close to our turn. Heading again is going to be to, the turn at Hoboken is 113 degrees. Good afternoon, Patrick. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. And you want to cross the coast at 1,500 feet. So we're going to need to go back into a little bit of a climb here. Got an airplane right off our wingtip, getting closer to a nice little formation here that you're supposed to have. That's right. There will be sounds. So yeah, as we get ready, there goes Loviz making the turn, and let's go ahead and do our turn now to 113. I'm going to go to 123 and see how close we are there. Smokey Dave likes these airplanes. How far, Bamsey Center, how far away are we from the island? So we're just making our turn to head over to the West French coast. Now then, we need to go to climb power. So climb power is 42 inches. 42 inches. And 2,500 RPM. And there's our climb. And we want to be at 1,500 feet. Bamsey, I did do a quick little test flight earlier today to see what it was like, and you know, to check out the scenery, and it really was good. It's worth it. It's, you know, even if it's a freeware, I'd say it's even, you know, would have been worth a few payware dollars. And there's our last 10 degrees, which should get us on our proper course. (1,500 feet). And now back to and 1,700. That should be good there. And our speed is relatively good. We're right on course. 100, yeah, really good. I'm 100 feet too high. That was actually a good climb. Loviz spawned around the drop zone this morning and flew it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, you'll see all sorts of cool, you'll see paratroopers coming in. Okay, next is, let's see, we've passed Hoboken. Next is IP Peoria. And we need to turn in the Guernsey VOR. Jersey is 112.2. 112.2. And for Peoria, it's the 214 degree radial. 214. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 214 degree radial. We'll see if we pick up Jersey at IP Peoria. 140 miles an hour, 1,500 feet. And that looks pretty good. I need a little bit of a turn to the left. Bonsoir, Fidelicore, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I basically, as soon as I got the scenery to check it out, I took off from, there's an airport in the middle of all of these, the Cherbourg Airport, and I took off from Cherbourg, and it went pretty good. And then, you know, did that. Hi, Kent, welcome aboard. Please tune up the flight sim. Is the music too loud? Well, we actually need to give the music a little bit of a break here because it's time to be serious. We're going into the drop zone now, so concentration is important. And we'll start listening also for the sound of guns. I'm going to add another few degrees. Hi, Wig Bill. Welcome aboard. Happy Friday. And Wig Bill is remembering two great uncles on Omaha Beach a few hours apart. Loviz saw the Army Air Force video posted. They used Loran navigation as well. Okay, a little low. A little nose up here. Welcome in, Wig Bill. Morpheus just came in on Twitch. Welcome in, Morpheus. Yeah, the video that Loviz is talking about, I've got a nice link for you. And there is a link to the video that Loviz is talking about. And before I lose it, I really should go and save a copy of the link to Two-Tone Murphy's scenery for next year. Got that too. Cool. Okay, got that. And if you don't know the scenery, this is well worth going and checking out too. Pop that in there as well. All right, how we doing? We're a little to the left. So I need a little bit of a turn. A touch slow. So let's go ahead and manifold pressure to about 26. And that should take care of that. Mustache says to not to Bonsoir, to Stretch, and I usually say Bonsoir to Mustache. Thank you for reminding me to do that. Welcome aboard. And if you wonder where we are, there is Guernsey. Right there. And the VOR we're hoping to pick up is down here at Jersey. There is our drop zone right there. The airport that I took off from is up north here. Earlier today. Martin is doing a sheep check right now. I am not picking up any of the VORs over on this side of the channel. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe those VORs have been decommissioned. Because I didn't pick up either Guernsey or Jersey VORs. Low-vis is doing heading and distance right now. So flying, basically, that's right. The Germans shut down the VORs. Of course they did. So I wonder if the scenery shuts down the VORs too. I wonder if maybe the scenery shut those down. 1,500, 400 miles long. We could turn into the BBC. We could. Hi, ATCGM. Welcome aboard. Actually, we've got scenery, and we're coming into the war zone, so we turned this off so that we can hear the sounds from the scenery. Ferraro 7FR. Welcome aboard. Low-vis, I know it should have the BBC broadcast from that day. That would be neat to have. That would be interesting to have some of that too. Okay, our heading is good, altitude's good, speed is a touch slow. Let's go and just add a touch of propeller. And all of that looks good. We're about halfway to the coast now. But low-vis, that would have been a neat touch. Let's see. My guess is you could probably find, I know that Ed Murrow's broadcast, all of Ed Murrow's, not all, but probably most of Edward R. Murrow's broadcasts from London, that this is London. I think those should probably be available. Keela's here. Hi, Keela. Hey, Keela, isn't it about time for you to get on an airplane? Welcome aboard. Good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Keela's either has or is about to get on the very first airplane ride ever for Keela. In three and a little bit weeks. So just 3 weeks to go. All right. What a beginning of a great adventure. Can't wait to, I hope it's awesome for you. Now then, we're in Microsoft Flight Simulator. This shouldn't be a problem. So now that we're coming up on the coast, I wanted to take a look at the spotlights. So I'm going to go to the cloud, and I'm going to go ahead and roll this back to about 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was going to roll it back to 4 o'clock in the morning. Keela is ready for a holiday. No kidding. Keela would like to splash in the sea. I just hope that it's not a watered-down vacation. You knew that one was coming, right? So we've been flying for about 2 hours right now. The live stream started an hour and 55 minutes ago. I'm guessing we've been flying for about an hour at this point, maybe an hour and a half. The Pathfinder flights that I based our flight plan off of, some of them actually took off at about 11:30 the day before, 11:30 at night. Those were the first ones to go out. So my guess is that's, it would have been what, around 3 o'clock in the morning or so, if they took off at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we're a touch high. Nose down a bit. Getting a little closer to the coastline here. And so we should see spotlights looking for us. I'm going to go and then turn the lights back on after we see the spotlights. Keela went to a universe far, far away for a minute. That is entirely okay. Hi, Keela. Welcome in. I am so happy that you get to do your vacation. Keela gets to go to Athens the first time on an airplane after hanging out with flight simmers for how many years now? Finally convinced you Keela's finally going to get on an airplane. To which point she'll get off and say, yeah, those flight simmer people were nuts. I need a little bit over to the left here. 4:30 a.m. flight. And you have to get up even earlier because you have to take, you said a bus or a train is what you're taking to the airport, right? So you have to get up even earlier for the bus or train to the airport. Nope, you're driving to Manchester Airport. Okay, driving to the airport. So it's a combination of truck simulator and airplane simulator. Okay, a little bit high. That's just when the flight is. And if I remember, it's EasyJet, right? I prefer it early. I've never been at an airport or an airport or an airplane. So it's early is actually best like that. Everybody's kind of fresh and, ready to go. Also, the weather is going, weather first thing in the morning is going to be your smoothest ride. It's not going to be as bumpy, when the sun comes up, heats the atmosphere. Air rises, turbulence, what Alec Baldwin said in The Hunt for Red October. I do not suggest that you watch any airport or airplane movies the day before to get. ATC Jim found BBC archives have D-Day recordings. I would love to play some of those things right now, but I'm going to chicken out because we're on YouTube too, and I don't want to get copyright hit on that one. But I think it would be great, if you want to share, well, you really can't. The link thing doesn't work. I'm sorry. Tim Dog says fewer chances of delays or cancellations too. And a little bit of bubble there. Uh-oh, look at that. Sunjammer's over there. Sunjammer sees. There's Lights of the Coast coming up on the coast. I binged a series called Airplane, which follows EasyJet, and that's your flying? Yeah, put your bare feet on the person's seat in front of you. That's considered good etiquette, right? Keela's not rude or crazy, so I'm sorry, that isn't going to work that way. Yeah, true. Maybe watching the movie Airplane, that way you'll know to not have the chicken or the fish, but have the lasagna. You'll also learn, about big buildings with patience. Wesley had a flight at 6:30 from Eham, and you had to drive 2.5 hours to Eham, and you were probably really tired. Yeah. All right, we're looking for spotlights and gunfire. You also get to speak a little bit of jive. So let's see. That was the movie Airline. That was the movie. That's the series about EasyJet that Keela was talking about. That was the series that Keela was talking about. I wonder if they had a person walking around the flight kitchen there that had a toilet brush on their head. Because clearly they probably couldn't get a job doing anything else. Okay, really good. Coming up to the coast, closer and closer. You get to spend hours and hours laughing at people. Tim Dog's last business trip departure was 5:30 a.m. You had a 30-minute drive to the airport, and you got to take an Uber. Was it Uber fun? Okay, coming across the coast. Let's see if we get searchlights. All right, close here. After we come over waypoint. Okay, this is IP Peoria. Heading is 100 degrees to the top of the drop zone. At the drop zone, you want to drop down to 700 feet. Do I get... no danger pay at all. Low-vis says look to the south for searchlights. Okay, nothing yet. I'm a little bit to the north of our flight path here. You'll see them when you hit the coast. Well, you know, they trained for that. They trained for that sort of thing. And of course it was terrifying. Flying an airplane into a war zone is going to be scary. But they also trained for these kinds of things. Almost to the coastline. So we'll see if we get to see some searchlights too. No searchlights yet. Okay, we're about 100 feet too high. Our speed is good. And I am getting a VOR on this one. And here comes our VOR. So that confirms that we're coming up there. Town and city lights to the left. Yep. So we've got those. So we should start seeing searchlights. Because we are pretty much coast. We're going coastal. I see searchlights. There's searchlights over there. Ah, they're going over Mega Worm. See, there's Mega Worm over there. There's searchlights there. All right, we are now over the coast, heading 100. Low-vis says they're all the searchlights are mostly off to the right there. We are feet dry. Okay, this looks really good. So there we go. That's IP Peoria. Next is drop zone. And that's going to be Jersey 248 degree heading. So the 248 heading, radial I mean. So there's 245, there's 2598. That's going to be our next heading there. I am a little bit... Now let's go ahead and slow down just a little bit. And we're going to go down to 700 feet. I need to go right a little bit more. Left, I mean. That's right. I mean, seriously, what was wrong with them? Couldn't they have seen everybody's nameplates on top of them? Low vis is almost hitting the windmills and more spotlights. Yeah, the 100 feet might not be advisable because there are windmills. There's the big wind turbines here, so there is some scenery. I didn't hear any gunfires we came across. And speed's coming down. Okay, I'm going to put my props forward because we're going to have to climb really fast. Low vis is going to do 900 feet for the drop zone. That's a good safety tip here. Why don't we do 900 feet? Okay, getting over on mine. Now what I'm going to do is, since we've already seen spotlights, I'm going to change the time again so that we can see the paratroopers. So we're going to go real time now. There's real time, so you'll see paratroopers coming up. And you'll also see some fires along the coastline. And there's those wind turbines that Loviz was talking about off to the left. Mustache says to hydrate. Probably a good idea. Although at this point they probably said, let's put away the thermos of coffee until after these operations. All right, that's 900 feet. Let's go ahead and we're going to stop our descent here. There we go, 900 feet. And then we've got to start rolling our speed back to 110 knots. Oh, I see spotlights up ahead. You see spotlights up ahead here? There's spotlights there. And Low Vis says that you can use flaps. You can use flaps for your, when you get down to 110. There's a big flock of two-tone Murphy pilots behind us. We will look for them. Okay, I'm going to go flaps a quarter. There's 120 knots. 700 feet. I'm at 800. There's 110 knots. A little bit more power here. There we go. Altitude is good. A nose up, please. And there we go. A nice sunset. Ah, there's two-tones flight over there. There's the two-tone flight over there. Their drop zone is north of ours. Okay, back to a heading of... And now I'm on our course for that. There's our drop zone there. Paratroopers are in the door going to 700. I've got flaps here. Now, if you look back in the cabin, one of the things, and you can't really open it, but if you look over here, you'll see that here's our big cargo doors. But if you get up really close, these little latches, parachute exit releases. So what you could do is you could actually come over here and release this part of the door here and pull it in so that you could pull that door out and people would jump that way. I don't think that you could actually open that door. I'm at 900 feet. My airspeed is important, 110. That's not bad. We've got a notch of flaps out. I'm climbing a bit. No, we don't want to do that. A little nose down. And look at all the spotlights here. I didn't hear any of the guns, though. Didn't hear any of the guns yet. And I did hear them going across the coast earlier. Maybe we went to a place where there just weren't any gun emplacements, and that's why IP Peoria, it was there, because there wouldn't have been guns there. Still a little high. Low-vis is now taking fire. Really? Okay, are we still coming down a bit? Not really. Here we are here. And our drop zone is just going to be... I think that's actually the drop zone there. The drop zone is right here, just to the southwest of St. Mary Eglise. And then after drop zone, you drop, this is 100 feet above the deck until you get out over the water. So I guess they can't shoot at you. Still a touch too high. Coming in now, our drop zone's getting close. Descending to 100 says it's going to get loud. Buster is scared. Oh, well, we don't want Buster the co-pilot scared by the guns. A lot of people don't realize that that happens with pets when, you know, for 4th of July and fireworks things. Okay, we're spot on there. Dropping a little bit more. Speed is a touch too high now. A little bit here to the left. There's 800 feet. Little bit of up bubble. A little bit more of a turn. And my feeling is it's this field right here. This is our drop zone right here. There was a creek that was nearby, and that's on it. And this is our drop zone right in here. And drop. We are at 600 feet. That's not good. We have guns. Drop. Drop continues. That's right, the Keela parachute goes out there. Okay, there is our drop zone. We're good to go there. After the drop, your speed goes, drop zone is 100 feet. Speed can go up to 150 miles an hour after the drop. I'm going to 400 feet. That's right, you probably didn't see the parachutes, but keep an eye out for parachutes. There's 400 feet. And let's go ahead and get a little speed. We're clear. We can go up to 150 knots now. So low and fast for this part. I'm at 500 feet. I'm a little bit south of my course right now. The mission orders say 100 feet. Hey, look at that. Parachutes. We have parachutes over us right now. I am a little bit south. I should be north of them. North Gaming likes the sounds with it. It does add an awful lot, doesn't it? That's right, you'll see landing craft on the beach too. And you'll see boats and ships out here. Coming up on our course heading, your next turn. 008 degrees is your turn. 008 degrees. And stay low. Uh-oh, big spotlights coming through here. Tombrosco is a South Africa commander in the Air Force. I didn't know that. Avian is back in chat. Hi, Avian. The A220 developer stream, and it really looks good. Uh-oh, look at that. You've got more. There you see people, parachutes and flak. Okay, 008 degrees. Coming up on the coast here. Here is our turn. Sometimes this thing jumps ahead really bad. I'm turning a little bit sooner so that you, as we look down here, you'll see some of the fires along the beach. And we're kind of coming on down here. And there's some of the fires along the beach down there you can see. So there's landing craft and there's a fire along the beach. Oh, wow. That was pretty impressive. I didn't see those before. So, and there's another ship off the beach. I know I am way too high on this one. Way, way, way too high. I don't think we could actually be shot down. There's more fires. We're just crossing the coast right now. Okay, it's 150 knots. James got shot down, it looks like. Really? You can get shot down, Lenko? Really? Uh-oh. All right, we have just passed over Paducah and turned to the north. Next is Spokane, and we're supposed to stay 100 feet above the ground, above the water. So this is 100 feet above the water. I'm at 1,000 feet right now. Little bit too high. Lenko, is it possible? Because if you get too low, you'll crash into stuff on the ground. So I am way too high here. Getting over on our course heading here to head back. There's a little island back there. And all sorts of activity there. There's 700 feet. We were supposed to be at 100 for all of this. And my speed is 150. At least my speed's good. Going over a couple little islands. There's 500 feet there. So 100 feet over the water is no big deal. Famous last words. There's 200 feet. Let's start moderating our descent just a little bit. And we're going to need to add a little power here to keep the altitude. I can see waves. Autopilot's not being nice. Captain's got the airplane. There's 100 feet. Let's trim that out a little bit. There's 100 feet. Little bit of a turn here. There's 200 feet. That's too much. 150. We could use a little more power here. We're way too slow. All right, that's pretty good. That's our course heading. That's the two-tone trip group of pilots off there. There's 200 feet, and I'm too slow. How about 200 feet? That's probably good. Now, let's see if the airplane will handle this a little better. All right. Gyro pilot's back on. Nope. Not being nice. Got a little close there. Yeah, my flaps were still down, Todd. That was my problem. I had my flaps out for to go slow. Let's just fly by hand for a while. We can do this. We're professional sim pilots. Who needs a gyro pilot, right? Electric Dreams, nothing like flying and having an old-fashioned in the afternoon. Absolutely. I think somebody just did a follow over on YouTube. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Up a little bit too high. We're supposed to stay at 100 feet until Paducah, and then we can go, oh, it's 100 feet to Spokane, then 3,000 feet. Well, I'm already at 500 feet. At least my speed's back. Electric Dreams, I hope it's a nice old-fashioned on your finally Friday. And wow, look at all the spotlights over there. Up. I thought that was the moon for a second. I think now is an excellent time to flip my fuel tanks. Left auxiliary. And right auxiliary. And we'll flip this over to the right side. Let's burn off that a little bit. How's our speed? A little slow and we're a little high. I think that's moonlight that's reflecting on the water. Nebula is right over where you're supposed to be. I'm still a little bit to the west of our flight path here. And they probably, to have us go out at 100 feet like this, they probably had this corridor marked out like this so that there wouldn't be any ships in the area so we could fly out and not hit a big boat or something. Speed's spot on. Altitude is about 900 feet too high. So we did our route. We were right over our drop zone, really good. Coming out here to Spokane. After Spokane, we can use this area to climb up to 3,000 feet for the trip back. So it's 3,000 feet for the trip back there. And out to Spokane, the heading's going to be 292 degrees and 3,000 feet. So 292, how about if we preset that, and that way we can get some help with this. Cool. Still climbing way too high. Low vis has a nice, so here was low vis in all of the parachutes around low vis airplane. That was really cool. You had a good time on yours for your flight. There's Nebula. Okay, so Nebula has made the turn at Spokane, and now Nebula can start the climb that I've already done. How about a gentle turn here? I also dove to the beach to get a great shot of the bombardment. Yeah, there was a lot going on there. There were things that I didn't see in the earlier flight. Okay, here's my turn. And that looks pretty good. You can see the two-tone crew up ahead. And roll it out. And there we go. That looks good. How about gyro pilot now? That looks good. And continue the climb. And let's go to a little bit of climb power. You had to pause the sim to get your screenshots. You can't fly and do that. No, you really can't. Okay, 3,000 feet and 150 miles an hour. Our speed is a touch slow. We need to be at 150. And you're supposed to, I guess, have this whole route here to be able to do your climb up to 3,000. But you have to be at 3,000 by the time you get to Gallup, because after Gallup, you've got airplanes at 500 feet going the opposite way. Nebula, this was a different flight for you. What do you suppose made the difference? What was it different? There's 2,000 feet. I'm climbing way too high. Let's fast. Let's go down. We need better speed. The scenery made it better. Yeah, I think that having that scenery that Jepson made, that Two-Tone has on the website, I think really adds a lot to this mission. Now you can go and get, there is a World War II map that you could get for DCS World. The thing about DCS World is you'll also get shot down in that one. You can be shot down in that. But you could fly this mission in DCS World over the World War II map. There is a mod that you can get that will give you a C-47. It's not a full airplane yet, but there is a mod that you can get for a C-47. There is also a Mosquito and a Spitfire from the UK, from the Royal Air Force that you could fly. Nebula says there were chills over the drop zone. Well, when you see all of everything that's going on, you've been there about 5 times. Yeah, there's nothing like being there too, right? All right, let's come on down here. And there's 3,000 feet, almost. I will tell you that if you haven't used the Spitfire or the Mosquito in DCS World, get ready to be humbled. Those airplanes are not like flying the Spitfire and the Mosquito in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I promise you. Cruise is going to be, I need to remember what cruise is. Cruise is going to be 30 inches, and 20,000 RPM. They're afraid they're not like the cardboard spit. No, I'm afraid not. There's 3,000 feet. We're on our course heading back, and not bad. Not at all like the cardboard spit. And you really can, it can really be humbling, like I said, when you try and fly those. Okay, we're a touch fast now. So now I'm going to go to 28 inches. And how about 18? We'll see if that gives us about 150 back. A lot of the documents that I got this information from are free online. I'm going to be putting that link in. Those are my D-Day documents. That is actually where you go to get them. And I've just got a small collection. It's just for this particular flight. But there is a huge number of documents that they have scanned. So some of them are barely readable. Others aren't. There's also some after-action reports, i.e. what the pilots had to say after they got back. And that makes some incredibly interesting reading for this time. Okay, 3,000 feet, about 150 miles an hour. I am slightly to the north. Which meant I just went the wrong way. Uh, 28 inches of manifold pressure. So I'm at 28 inches and 18 RPM, 1800 RPM. Once we make the turn at Spokane, oh, we've already made the turn at Spokane. Once we make the turn at Gallup, we should do, start looking for what we're doing. No, it's not. I'm still waiting. I've got to let it grow a little bit longer. There's a minimum length that, there's a nonprofit organization. And again, you know, if you're wondering, it's getting long and stuff here. I had originally just started, you know, during COVID, you know, halfway through or whatever. I'm not going to go and get it cut. And so, you know, I was doing that, and then I just let it grow for a while. And then one of the things that I remembered is I've had family members that have had very difficult time with cancer, and they have had, when radiation, you're going to lose your hair. Well, there is a company that Flight Sim Dave not a company, it's a nonprofit organization called Locks of Love. And if you grow your hair out to a certain length, you can cut it off, put it in a box, and donate it to them, and they will make hair pieces for people who've lost their hair. And I remember, my mom and my sister had to wear bandanas and stuff all the time, and so many people who are battling cancer do, because it just really looks uncomfortable for the rest of the world. So that's kind of a thing that I've decided to do. That's why I'm doing all that. Hey, thank you for popping that in there. I appreciate that. Yeah, and thank you. So that's kind of, I know it makes a few people a little uncomfortable, what's going on. Again, originally it was just me, not getting haircuts for a long time, and then I learned how to cut my own hair, and I did that, and then I just decided I'm going to go and let it grow and go and do that. I'm one of those lucky 60-somethings. I'm, holding on to my hair for now. It's gray, but it's not thinning. So I feel like, there was literally nothing I could do for family that had cancer, but at least I can do something nice for somebody else. So that's kind of why I'm letting it grow. All right, halfway over 3,000 feet. Bear is going to go lurking. Wigbill, thank you for putting in the link. Okay, all of this looks great. So let's see. I was not able to pick up Guernsey.
Support Agent. Much appreciated.
Let's see. Agent Loviz just did a donation. This was 81. Oh, it's $81. Wow. For the 81st anniversary, Loviz. Hey, thank you for the extra support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me, helping me use that to keep the lights going here, especially while crazy stuff is going on. I wonder if two-tone is stalling. Do you think we have an ice problem? I wonder if that is. Loviz, thank you again for the extra support. That was so nice of you. Temperature. Here it is. It is just above 11 degrees. It's just above 11 degrees. We have got pitot tube, wing, engine primer, position, landing, passing, beacon. There is a prop de-icer. We have a prop de-icer and wing de-icers. That's what we have for heat. He clicked a button and it went nuts. Loviz, I'm really happy to do this. This is a really good event. I've done it every year. There are a lot of other military types of things that we could do. I feel like doing the first flight out for D-Day is a good one for us to do. We've got the correct airplane. We have all of the flight plans. And then another one that I like to do is the Berlin airlift, because that is a whole lot of people putting in a whole lot of hours flying their wings off. I'm not kidding. So that is really the two military events that I like to do. It's also the ones where there's some good research and I feel relatively qualified to try and put a flight plan together on it. Agent Electric Dreams just did a donation to 81 for the 81st anniversary. Thank you, Electric Dreams. Again, I really appreciate it. Business is obviously changing in the world of live streaming and Twitch and stuff like that. So thank you. This is super helpful. And, it's going to go straight into keeping the spy flight going. So thank you so much. So Low Viz and Electric Dreams, thank you for some really awesome support. 3,000 feet, 150 knots, that's all really good. We are halfway, a little over halfway to Gallup. Thanks, Dom T Gaming. Awful nice of you. And by the way, Dom T Gaming was over in Discord earlier. That big batch, that whole flock of airplanes up there, we're on the correct server so that we can see the two-tone flight. And so that's the two-tone flight. Two-tone Murphy does an awful lot more on multiplayer than we do. And two-tone has put together some really good YouTube videos about the D-Day flights and a lot of other good things too. So looking over to see Two-Tone Murphy. Plus, Two-Tone has one of the best emotes in Twitch. An always full pint of Guinness beer. Rob the Swedish Chef is here. Hi, Rob. Welcome aboard. Happy Friday. And if I'm not correct, it's also a celebration day in Sweden, right? So happy Constitution Day, I think. Is that what it is in Sweden? Toto, yep, that's it right there. It's the Two-Tone Murphy, always full pint of beer. Swedish National Day is what it is. Which means that the Swedish meatballs at IKEA are half off. Kidding. It's a serious day. I shouldn't make jokes about that. It's getting a little bit dark. We can easily change the time here a little bit. I've got live time. I'm going to roll it back a little bit just so it's not so dark. Just to see the clock like that. It just gets way too dark outside. There's Sunjammer off our right wingtip. Rob says it's been raining all day today. After we make our turn at Gallup, we'll start looking at what's going on VATSIM and try and decide what we want to fly later on. We still have plenty of time for flying today. This flight went a lot faster than I thought it would. Loviz says we could. So what we could do is we could continue just doing a group flight here. Basically, the Hogwarts flight is we take off from London City Airport in a jet, and Sunjammer can, has an extensive history with British Rail. And we'd have to exit out the scenery and load in. And if you don't have it, there is a very nice Hogwarts. And so what Sunjammer can do is tell us where to find, basically, from when we take off from London City. We do all this in multiplayer. And you're going to fly low. And so we would take off from London City Airport and go to King's Cross Station, which is where platform 9 3/4 is. And then we find the rail line that goes straight up north. We fly straight north, and then we're going to make a turn so that we go over Glenfinnan. I always put a few extra N's in there. That is the actual viaduct that is real that the Hogwarts Express goes over. And Loviz says we should drop paratroopers on there. And there's actually, so we could do that. That's a little bit different than what we normally do. If you go to flightsim.to, so flightsim.to, King's Cross to Petersburg. So what we'll do is go into flightsim.to and go to HOGWART Hogwarts and search. And if you look, there is the train, animations, Harry Potter. Oh, it's this one over here. This is the scenery that you want. You have to do it in 2020. Now, you're going to want a jet for this. I'm going to put this link into chat for you so you can go and get it. It's a really, really well done castle. So it's a really well done castle. And I know I've got it. It works in Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. I'm going to just go and grab this and put this over in my updated, just in case there's an update coming in, so we can decide what we want to do. But I do suggest a jet. But yeah, they did a very, very good job on that. So we could go and do that. I suggest, so let's see, the E-jets have been updated. We could do an E-jet out of London City. We'll probably have to do some sort of a loop-de-loop or something like that to get over to King's Cross, and then find the rail line and head north. Loviz says the A350 got an update today. I don't know that the A350 works at London City. But that's another thing that we could do. The Lord of the Rings is in New Zealand, and there is a scenery that you can get. And Sunjammer took us on a tour of New Zealand, and you can see, so there were actual, like the village. The village where it all starts, that was actually built into the side of a hill, and you can see that in Flight Simulator. Olimod said it'll be the East Coast Main Line. So Olimod used to work that rail line. I know Sunjammer is a really great tour guide. A really awesome tour guide. So it'd be the East Coast Main Line. So what we could do is, that has just loaded. So Harry Potter, there's 2 files. I think you've got to put both of them into your community folder. Sunjammer also knows the location of the Bond films. Do we want to go Flight Sim 2020 or Flight Sim 2024? Actually, I'm going to put them elsewhere. I'm going to put them in add-ons and scenery. I'm going to put them over there. And let's do an update for all in case they've changed it. Sunjammer has done a really cool tour for us around Loviz. Shall we just stay in 2020? Why don't we do that? We'll stay in 2020. So let's see. Let's go to Sky Vector, and here is our route from Sky Vector. Let's get a new one. So let's go and do EGLC, London City Airport. Here we go. There is London City right there in the center. So here's London City Airport for our departure. Now then, got to figure out, if you look over here, I'm wondering, there looks like rail lines going up here, maybe. But now we got to figure out where we're going to go up here. So let's get ourselves a exit point. Now, as we come on in here, that is... Okay, we want Inverness, right? It's Inverness. So over at Inverness, as we come out of Inverness here, there is Loch Ness. At Loch Ness, we come down here. We come over here to this waypoint here. And now you see the rail line Harry Potter, Hogwarts in the scenery is right here. You can tell. You see this little bump here in the rail line? That is the Glenfinnan Reservoir viaduct. That's the turn. And this is Fort William. So we're going to be over here at Fort William. We come around here. There is going to be the train, the Hogwarts Express, and then we make our turn right here. And then usually after that, we kind of come down here and let's see, we sometimes go to this airport over here. We're going to be flying jets, otherwise this will take a while. We could turn back around and go back to Inverness. So we could do it that way. So we would actually fly over Inverness, go down Loch Ness, make the turn at Fort William. Or Sunjammer says we also go down to Oban. Is this Oban here? Yeah, there's Oban Airport here. And it's a private airport, so we could also go to this one, is what we do. That is EGEO. EGEO. Now, this is about a 354-mile flight as the crow flies. So the next thing to do is we could put a couple of waypoints in here. And we would probably want to fly down Loch Ness. There's Loch Ness there. Now, do we have a VOR here at Inverness? Doesn't look like it. We have a waypoint over Inverness that we can use. We could put that one in. Rimmel. R-I-M-O-L. So we can fly over Immel like that. Yes, that's right, as the owl flies. Now then, we can continue down here. Now let's get really close and see. It's going to be kind of hard to see if we can see rail lines out of here. World VFR. There is that rail line, and if I remember right, having never been there and all of that, I think what we want to do is King's Cross, I think, is off to the west from London City. But I'm going to make sure, I'm going to wait till Sunjammer tells us what to do. Because we kind of want to do a sweeping turn and fly over King's Cross and then go north, right? I should probably also see how we're doing on this flight. Have we crashed yet? Okay, speed is good. We're about 600 feet too low. And it looks like it's almost time to make a turn. So our heading back is going to be 023 degrees. So it's 023 is our turn back. I'm just a little bit north of our flight path here. Okay, here is the directions. Let's look at a map. Here is Mr. Map from King's Cross Station to London City Airport. Okay, so after we take off, we should probably take off to the east, turn south. There's the tower. And King's Cross is over here. So there's the Tower of London right there. There's this little loop-de-loop. There's Isle of Dogs over there. Strange we don't have an Isle of Cats. British Museum, and here we go. Okay, so there's King's Cross right there. And then this is basically chug, 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 straight north is how you go, right? Okay, there's Regent's Park over there. So take off, come around here, don't hit the shard, and straight up here. So, let's see. Over here to Sky Vector. So there, it's King's Cross is pretty much right about here. And there's a rail line that's north, so that's probably it there. So now let's go to World Low and see if we get a waypoint. Any kind, okay, EGBT. So we have a waypoint here called EGBT. Let's put that into EGBT, EGBT. It didn't like it. EGBT. Yeah, you got to kind of go up from there. So after takeoff, how about a right turn to Umber, then EGBT? Umber. No, that's not right. UMBUR, not ER. Umber. There we go. Now we want to go north to EGBT. UGBET. All right. After London City. So we'll take off, kind of loop around here, and that's going to help us get us over King's Cross. After that, I would say now we're going to go and try and find our waypoint up here. This is not the way to do really great flight planning. This is really kind of messed up flight planning, but... Okay, here's Inverness. We were going to go over Inverness so we can go down. Rimmel. RAMOL. There's Rimmel over there. We're now about a 400-mile flight, so this is going to take us down here. Let's go to World VFR. And then there is... That's Fort William. Do we have a waypoint for Fort William by any chance? Not really. Not really. We'll just have to fly by the seat of our pants. But that is a basic flight plan that'll sort of do it. Now, my guess is the rail line is going to probably go up, or, to places, we would probably go, through Manchester, something like that, if we want to follow that. But I think I have just missed my turn. I have just missed my turn. See what happens when you turn your attention to Harry Potter when you're supposed to be having your mind on your mission? Fredopia is connected to VATSIM for 13 hours today. You've got 7 more hours to go. Boy, do you have a long flight today. I am focused. I'm trying to come up with a goofy flight plan so that we can depart out of London City and follow sort of a train line and go and see Hogwarts. Now then, and we're going to stay in Flight Sim 2020, right? So that way we could take an E-Jet for that. We could do the E-Jets. Speed is still good. I'm about 700. There's no Friday night ops, so this is a complete change. Now, as somebody once said in the part of the world where we're flying, and now for something completely different. Good afternoon, my tech review. The Indy builds PVD scenery. It looks amazing, including airports and downtowns and the convention center. There was another one that somebody was also watching for some other thing today. I think it was an airplane developers meeting. All right, let's see here if I can go and add on linker stuff in. So my tech review, was it a good one to see? We should probably, let's see, London City. I don't think I've updated that in a long time. I think we should do that. Ollie Mod says we'll be back in time for tea and biscuits. That sounds good. Do we get like, is it okay to have things like a strawberry jam or something on your biscuits too? Fuel is really pretty good so far. So we'll just be over there. It's going to release the day of the expo. Okay. Jam would be more for scones and stuff. Okay, so let's see. For scenery, this is the old sim. And I believe that we're looking for... I'm trying to remember what those were. It's not really labeled Harry Potter stuff. Is it down here at the bottom by any chance? I know the best way to check this out. So, ortho and downloads, HP. There should be HPs in front of them. I don't see anything with HPs in front of them. Oh, it's good. Okay, it begins with the letter L. JKL. Okay, it's these two. It's LOBA, LOBA HP. It's going to be these two, LOBA HP. That's what we need. Sunjammer, you've uploaded the route to chat on Discord. I will get that in just a second. EGLC, do I have a London City? I know I've got a nice London City. EGLC. Yeah, I've got the Orbix London City Airport. So we're all good for that. Okay. Okay, so Sunjammer says go over to Chit Chat in Discord. There's Chit Chat. All right, so Loviz actually put it in a plan file. Okay, so download that, and I think you're going to go and put that over in your community folder. And it's a PLN, so I think you just put it in your community folder, EGLC EGEO. So take this, and we're going to go into Flight Sim 2020. Flight Sim 2020, let's see. There's 2020. There is the community folder. Loviz, Sunjammer says we're going to load it into the map, so put it in here. Or should you just put it someplace else and then load it in map-wise? I'll put it in there for now, and then you can tell me what to do later. My tech review. Let's see. Permits being a brat. Loviz says we can load Sunjammer's plan in everywhere. So put it in the community folder, but we'll load it in there when it's time. So we have a flight plan. Cool. We've got London City. Okay, so we're going to EGEO. So let's see what SimBrief gives us. EGLC EGEO. There we go. Aircraft type. I was going to try, I think they've got an E175 for Speedbird. You're going to put it in chat. I will look for it over in chat in just a second, my tech review. Now, do we have over here? We've got Vidro, Air Canada, Flybe, Austrian, and KLM. Okay, maybe we need a 170. Air France and Alaska, that's not good. Maybe an E190. Lufty, Vidro, Azul, BA City Flyer. That's what we want. It's a BA City Flyer. And my tech review has just put a link in over here for the video. This is the video that my tech review was watching. And I just I copied that link in. Okay, so all this looks really good. Sort of a trip by the crow flies here. I don't know that we'll actually be able to put in any of the waypoints. Good evening, SimPilot UK. Why don't we do this one? Airway UN. This one is good. Major storms in Pittsburgh. J-Phil's had the computer shut down. Okay, we got that looking pretty good. We should turn our attention back to our current flight. A little bit north of EGEO, the viaduct. That's right. Look at this. We're coming up on the coast. So after Flatbush, we stay at 3,000 feet. But we're getting close. I don't see anything that looks like the ground. But there is a lighthouse out there. Hi, Subsonic. Welcome aboard. J-Phil says there's flooding in Pittsburgh. But yeah, on this flight, even though we're in a jet, we should be able to buzz a little bit, be able to see stuff. Plus, we can also, we're in multiplayer. We can hit pause, and you can drone around the airport. I am now over, so we go and turn lights back on. Position lights and beacon. Position lights and beacon are on. And Magic Man is up there. Looks like we lost the two. No, there's the two. How did we pass the two-tone flight? They were up ahead earlier. They were up ahead. I don't get that one. Okay. J-Phil says to stretch. Let's stretch just a little. I need to make a little bit of a turn. I'm also going to hit the B button and see if the altimeter has changed. It hasn't. Sunjammer said they are doing continuing service to Normandy. So Two Tones group is going to Normandy. They definitely loaded extra fuel for that flight. And there is Flatbush. So we're good there. Elko, Austin, and then our arrival airport. J-Phil says to hydrate too. A little low. Our speed is spot on. And that flight is good. All of the data that you saw here that you've seen is in this file. I posted this all over Discord. So you can go and get, this is all of the flight plan for this one. We did flight plan Boston for our flight. It also gives you your speeds and your lights and your altitudes. Also, I included raw coordinates for SkyVector and Navigraph. Also, some links to videos, and the Jepson scenery is now in there. So it's over on Discord. If you didn't get it, I'll be sure and post it for you. There's 3,000 feet. Not bad. So our next flight is going to be, I'll put some icy cows up for you. So it's going to be an E190, right? E190. We are departing from London City, EGLC, and we're going to EGEO. I just triggered my phone. My phone started answering some question. That's... I didn't think I said the S word. I really didn't think I said the S word. We're going to OBAN Airport, Oban. And that's EGEO. Okay, I'm going to update the next command in just a second here. And this is a Harry Potter flight. Be sure that you go and get the Harry Potter scenery. I have a link up in chat. If you didn't get it, I should probably save it, because some people might want it. If you didn't get that for this, yeah, the 4-letter S word, there we go. Okay, there's Harry Potter scenery. All right, let me update the next command now. Now, also, I've got, oh, that's not going to work on that box. Hang on a sec. I need to do it over here. I've also got a link. There's a flight plan file that Sunjammer made for us that should work. Okay, and there is, the next command is updated too. I think we're all ready to go. J. Phil says, hi Bixby. I know one thing for sure. The digital assistant at Loviz HQ is not Buster. That could cause all sorts of trouble. We got a little bit high here. I don't know why the airplanes are off to the right. I'm actually fairly well centered, which is unusual here. Oh, maybe they've already made the turn. I kind of went a little bit beyond one of the checkpoints. J. Phils said to stretch and to hydrate. Thanks, J. Phils. Now, once you get to Hogwarts, there is a cool thing you can do in the sim. It's up here in the top menu. It's called Toggle Active Pause. You can use that in your jet. You can hit the pause button when you get over Hogwarts and then go and get in your drone airplane and drone around the castle a little bit. Welcome in, Larson. Thanks for coming by. Fuel worked out really good. I think that I boarded an extra... I did a little bit of extra fuel today. I think I boarded about another 45 minutes is what I put into my flight plan. Almost to Elko. Well, over in SimBrief, one of the things that you can do, one of the cool things that you can do, and I do this all the time, especially over on VATSIM. So over here, before you generate the flight, come down here to, let's see, fuel planning. It's not usually extended, so show options. And for fuel planning, I switch from kgs to minutes. And then I'll put in like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, up to 60 minutes. And I usually call that ATC fuel over on VATSIM. That's for ATC saying, turn 30 degrees to the right. And if all of a sudden I've got JSG droid disease, I get forgotten. So this is where I add in an actual time. And I think for this flight I did about 15 minutes. No, 45 minutes of just extra fuel, because you know what could possibly go wrong. So what we'll do is we have to go out of the sim and back in. That's going to load in London City, and it's going to load in Hogwarts. And then we're going to go and grab Sunjammer's flight plan, which you should have downloaded. And then, yeah, I think some of it has stopped working a little bit. JSG Droid, you are not a disease. Welcome aboard. No, it's JSG Droid, whatever it is that you get that causes you to get forgotten. Welcome aboard. Happy Finally Friday. Not a disease, but JSG Droid is often inflicted with invisibility in the eyes of VATSIM. Probably rather annoying for JSG Droid. Oh, J-Phils, you got it worked. You got it working. Aviation Ryan, we are in a military C-47. It is also known as a DC-3. Also known as a DC-3. Do we like the Southeast Asia server for Hogwarts? Shall we just stay in this Southeast Asia server for our multiplayer flight? JSG Droid is driving home. Safe travels, JSG Droid. Watch out for crazy people. They're everywhere. Tim Dog is reappearing too. Stream elements. That's right. That's right. Some things have changed. Some things aren't working. Okay, after Flatbush, it's 057 degrees. 057 is our next term. And we're almost ready for that. Lovis is going to go direct to EGBT right now. So let's see. Probably a good idea. Remember, the winds when we took off favored landing to the west. So that would be pretty good. There are no charts per se for EGBT. But if you go to info and general, you can find out there's the runways over there. You can see that the elevation is 438 feet. So you could figure out what your pattern altitude's going to be. Weather, this is nearby weather. Winds are 230 at 6, so that's pretty good. Your altimeter is 2977, and this old airplane, it's inches of mercury. So there's 2977. B button is not working for me. There's 2977. Okay, so that's good. So if we go direct to the airport, do a downwind south of the airport, that means we've got left turns to the runway. That should be good. And it's time for me to make my turn. And I was going to go... Zero, 2, 3 degrees.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
I
clearance
think we've got a
granted, agent.
resub that
Loyalty
just came in.
noted.
Hey, Compilot. Compilot did a resub and has been here for 36 months. Thanks, Compilot. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. And some awesome support. We are going to do a flight to Hogwarts now. This is going to be an E190. And that's going to be the BA City Hopper airplane. EGLC, EGEO. That'll be a fun flight. Make sure that I'm calling it the right thing. No, it's not a City Hopper. It's called City Flyer. City Hopper is another one. This is City Flyer, which I believe is what flies out of London City. And Polyot says it's one of the last airplanes that serves tasty snacks and beverages to their passengers. Didn't turn quite enough, did I? Probably a little wind picking up. Dom T Gaming. So everybody's basically saying after checkpoint Austin, because we just passed Elko, after Austin, we're just going to go direct to the airport. We're not going to do the last little turn. So that makes good sense. And I'd say we're at 3,000 feet, descend and maintain. Oh, well, I am descending a little bit here. I'd say descend and maintain 1,100, 1,200, something like that. That's right. Just put it in the McDo. Can you imagine what pilots flying this old thing would think about our modern McDos? Let's see here. I'm just going to look at Contrail since we've got to get out of the sim anyway. I think I've got the latest E-Jets for Flight Sim 2020. Let's just see if there's a new E-Jet. It's called a gyro pilot. They called it the gyro pilot. Today we call them the Euro pilot. Or gyros if you're hungry. All right, Flight Sim 2020. Let's go and see if we've got an update for that. Flight Sim 2020, and I've got everything updated, I think. I think we're good. And we're looking good there. So just kind of coming up here. And we're kind of going up this way. I think we can trim a little bit of time. I'm going to get over here. There's Low Vis and Sunjammer. They're going direct to. Clouds are thickening up a little bit. Clouds are getting a bit thick up here. It could be a descent to 1,500 might be in order. We could fly below the clouds here. That might be too, might not be a bad problem. Angry Wolf, the best Boeing aircraft. Wigbill is right. I think PMDG. I would also throw out the 737 MAX from iFly. Might be worth looking at as well. I was in the 737 MAX yesterday in a flight. Forgot how much fun it was. Every time I get in the iFly too, it's always a big reminder to me. It's like, yeah, this is why the airlines bought their own EFB. Yeah, I think when the iFly 737 comes, it's going to be nice. And the 747, yeah, they're going to work on that. Good place to get liveries for the PMDG. Angry Wolf, I'm pretty much getting every livery that I do, I'm getting from the developer. From their application these days, from the installer. Sunjammer, yeah, Hogwarts is next. London City in the E190. I am a city flyer. Using your flight plan. I don't really load flight plans into the sim like this, so that's going to be kind of cool. Well, so much for my big rockin' descent here. Absolutely. Sunjammer, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. If you can't make it, if you've got jamming things to do, we understand. We can probably take your flight plan that you put together and fly it. If you can be there, definitely want, of course, but I hope I didn't put you on the spot. And if you have jamming things to do, we understand. See, 'tis this season. We're not going to have to worry about track goo on our railroad tracks. I believe Wig Bill, I have heard that rumor as well. Okay, you can, no problem. Awesome. All right, all of this looks good. We're not going to need a McDo or an autopilot, but we are going to need to change the throttles. We can do that. That's right. They're going to attempt to make it their 747 line a shared cockpit. Low-Vis confirms it. I think that's great. That if they're going to make that, especially the older 747s, you get really, really busy trying to fly one of those. I'll never forget the Fellas 747 over an X-plane. That was a real handful. As you can tell, these airplanes are not speedy. How is outside? Outside it's still 11 degrees, so we don't have to worry about icing. I'm going to coax just a little more speed out of this. I think I've fallen behind, folks. Angry Wolf. This is what it looks like. We're flying in multiplayer today, Angry Wolf, and all of those are people flying with two-tone Murphy. But this is a DC-3 or a C-47. And important safety tip, if you want to fly this, go to flightsim.to and get the Duckworks mod. D-U-C-K-W-O-R-K-S, Duckworks. It really makes this airplane a much better airplane than just the default DC-3. C-47, it really does. I've got a feeling that we're not going to see an awful lot of ground down here. Wig bill, yes. So the wig bill is called, the livery is called the Whiskey 7. And this is an actual livery of an actual plane that was one of the first airplanes that did one of those first airplanes, and Whiskey 7 made it back. So this was an actual airplane from the D-Day invasion. Slow descent here. I'm gonna go a little bit more to the left. But yeah, this one was a flightsim.to livery too. Sunjammer had a CTD. Oh my gosh. What do you suppose happened to your sim? Maybe a bad airport or something up ahead? Nothing really to worry about up here. You had just landed. Oh, okay. That's weird. Coming up on 2,000. I think I'll stop at 2,000 here. I would hate to run into, like, the ground. Wigbill wants the Wildcat livery. Fuel is still just fine. So we've still got more in our ox tanks than in our mains. So we'll just go ahead and stay on the ox tanks. I could see a little bit of the ground there. So stopping at 2,000 is a good call. So once we get out of the sim and back into the sim, we'll go ahead and copy off Sunjammer's waypoints and put them here into the route menu. That's going to give us the kind of fuel. Low vis is flying at 1,500 and the visibility is good. Let's go to 1,500. As we have a nice Pathfinder flight there. Well, we're coming up on 2,000. It doesn't look like the ground is all that close, so we can keep going with it. And somebody wants to rate an experience. Let's see. All right. I'm just going to clear out some tabs. Uh-oh, look at that. Low vis is right. Look at this. We've got some nice visibility here. So we're coming up on our 1,500 feet. And looks like we're doing relatively good here. We're going to kind of go across our flight path, and then just go right here as we get closer to the airport. Looking around here, what we'll do is we'll kind of do just a turn here. Got a couple of roads and a village. So this village right here, that'd be a good place for us to turn, downwind, base, and land. Menzies is in chat. Good to see you and thank you for coming in today. Happy D-Day Memorial. D-Day plus 81 today. All right, how we doing on our descent? Still just doing a nice, gentle, gradual descent here. Really am missing having a DME in this airplane. Oh, wow, check that out. That looks really good down there. That looks really amazing. This is good scenery. We're in the old sim too, by the way. We're in the old simulator. Let's see. We are coming over Oxford. So it looks like we're going to fly right over Oxford here. Among others, I think that was George Smiley's school. And let's turn our let's stop our descent here at 1,500. This is really, really amazing scenery that we're flying over. I kind of feel like, geez, this is looking really pretty good. A very big road. That looks like a 6-lane highway. And that was a highway that, if over on the west thing, a town called Swindon is over there. That's where they would go to Swindon. This is one of the cool things that you can do with the VFR map, is it does have label for the towns and stuff. So you can kind of be a little bit of a tourist on this, which is really nice. All right, so descent checks here. For our descent, fuel quantity, we've checked that. Main or aux tanks, which is needed, will stay on the aux. Altimeter is set. We did that. Mixture is auto rich. Gyro pilot elevator. Go start your trip. You're down. going down at about 500 feet per minute or so. We don't have to do too much of that because we're already at 1,000. James says we just went over the M4. So that was the M4 motorway. Is that the one? Is that the one that everybody hates that you're always parked on? I think it's one of the ones up north that takes you to Reading, I think. But I always figured probably most of them, right? At rush hour. Mixture auto ridge and power for the descent, 2,000 RPM, 20 to 30. Sunjammer says no, it's the M25 is the worst. That's going to be the worst. Okay, looking good there. There's 1,500 feet per minute. Let's raise the nose, and we're going to, not 1,500 feet. Dom T Gaming says Oxford's going to look really good. We're relatively close. We're actually going to kind of go right over Oxford. And I think that the little dashed lines are rail lines. So I think these are rail lines here. The M4 runs east and west. So that's London and out to Wales. But it's the M25 that we want to avoid. There's 1,500 feet, about 155 miles per hour. That's not so bad. The best view of Oxford is going to be off the right wingtip. A little bit of a climb there. No nav aids at this airport. It's all visual. All gonna be visual. Starting to get a little bit dark. I don't know if there's runway lights here or not. Not a clue on that one. A small little village here called Didza. And Daigut is coming up next. I think I could probably go another few degrees to the right here. That way we can go right over Oxford and it'll be perfect. How about we change the clock so we can enjoy the view of Oxford? Unless, of course, the clouds are going to ruin it. And a little bit closer there. Looks like their airport, or at least a VOR, is north of town. Loviz saw the airport and is making that downwind turn. Now, after a long flight like this one, though, my guess is the pilots had to watch out for, you know, making the turn and say, oh, there's the airport. No, it's not. Well, it's wishful viewing or something like that. It's sort of like, I've had enough. I want to get on the ground. We're coming up on hour 4. So we're coming up on hour 4 of this flight. And I'm guessing the pilots, as soon as they landed, maybe they had a chance to run out, visit the Blue Juice Saloon, get a sandwich, some coffee, and I think they were right back in the cockpit taking either more paratroopers or equipment. I think it was like constant for a few days. Okay, we should be coming off on the outskirts. I think more of it is going to be over here. So the bulk of Oxford's going to be off to the right here. Yeah, that's probably most of it where those lights are there. And then we get to go to another place. Big Esther, I guess. BIGES, Big Esther, is our next town. There's the Oxford Airport there. So we're coming right over the center. Hi, Oxford. So let's see. I know that there's a very big school here. And we're actually a little bit to the east of where we ought to do our flight path. So how about a turn more to the north? A little bit of a turn to the north here. Because I'd really rather see the airport and then make my turn, my downwind and my base turn. I'd like to do them as left turns. It's so much easier in the sim to make your turns to the left, especially on a visual landing. One more big town. Loviz says no runway lights here. Well, technically, I believe Barford St. John, the airport, is actually not open. It's a former RAF thing that's closed, I think. Sunjammer confirms, yes, Barford St. John Airport, the one we're doing. And I got this one out. I think I picked this one. We had a freeware scenery back in X-Plane, and it was a fictional airport called Archbury, which if you watch the World War II Gregory Peck movie, 12 O'Clock High, their airport was called Archbury. And so that was a scenery that somebody made over in X-Plane, and this was relatively close to Archbury. But I think that this is one of the ones that's close to the whole flock of, you know, collection of airfields that they made for all of the airplanes that they had to you know, have airports for. Okay, right now we're a little high, so let's go down a bit more. And we're kind of pointed right towards the airport. Angry Wolf, we are going to do a special flight that Sunjammer's designed for us. And we're going to take off from London City, do a left turn over London, fly over King's Cross Station, and fly up to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So prepare a swish and a flick for this one. We're going to do it in multiplayer. This is all fun, no VATSIM, no rules. Hop in your favorite jet and go. There is a freeware scenery that you can go and get for Hogwarts. And you can find it at flightsim.to, and I definitely suggest you get that for the flight. Okay, there's 1,500 feet. We are now over our last big, I'm guessing this is more of a town or a village. Maybe this is more of a town than a city. And I'm going to take an E-Jet for this one. We're going to be a BA City Flyer. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready. Our descent power is 2,000 RPM and 30 inches of manifold pressure. So 30 inches and 20 to 30. I'm going to go 20 to 25. Because I'm a little fast, it's time to start slowing down a bit here. Okay, for landing, fuel boost pumps going on. Booster pumps are back on. Landing lights, excuse me, going on. It's almost time to turn off the gyro pilot here. So let's go ahead and do that. And gyro pilot is going off. And we have to do the hydraulic pump backwards. That looks good. Mixture, auto rich. Hydraulic flow selector, airspeed is now down just a little bit, not fast enough. Magical Misfit is here. Hey Magical Misfit, welcome aboard. Perfect name for our next flight. Okay, we need to start looking for the airport. It should be directly ahead of us. Low vis says minus 278. There's the airport over there. I'm using those tags over there. Okay, that looks good. Way too fast. Let's do a little bit of a turn. Pat Dog says posture check. Hi, Pat Dog. Gonna have to do an extended downwind. We're way too fast here. That looks good. Flaps are 1. Gear going down. The TAD is a little bit, yeah. It is exhausting. Gentle turn to final. Hi, Pyroblaster. Yeah, I imagine the getting... I don't really think I got shot at. I think that it turned out I did see that there was a fair amount of flak out there. That looks like a pretty good downwind. There's our runway there. And continue the turn. Flaps full half. There's our runway. There's a little field over there. Pyroblaster, we're in the DC-3, the C-47 for our annual D-Day flight. Oh, bounced. Oh, the humiliation. A bounce. The turn felt good. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. I'm facing the wrong way. Okay, let's go over and we'll get facing the right way. Here comes Magic Man over there. Yeah, we're just driving through cars and everything else, aren't we? Okay, parking brakes going on. Parking brakes are on. Fuel boost pumps can go off. Fuel booster pumps are off. Cowl flaps closed and then off. So cowl flaps go to closed. There's closed. So closed and then off. Cowl flaps are closed and off. Avionics master goes off. Avionics master is off. Landing lights need to go off too. Pitot heat can go off. And props all the way down. Throttle down and idle. There goes idle cutoff. There's idle cutoff. Ooh, all of a sudden getting huge. Hits here. Let's go over here and let's do the battery cart. Battery cart is good. Let's switch over to the battery cart and the beacon can go off. And then we need to turn the magnetos off. and we're going to turn off the ignition. That goes off. Doors open. And there we go. We made it. Not the best of landings, not the worst. We made it. Yes, we did. And we do this every year. If you missed it this year, we'll be doing this again next year. Our next big military flight is in, I can't always remember. Nebula did this whole flight too. Nebula and Sunjammer did the flight as well. So did Low Viz. I think Dom MGY was with us. So thank you for doing that flight. It was also really awesome to see, you know, to be over with the two-tone Murphy flight was also nice too. Let's go and get Hogwarts loaded in. So we'll come over here and we're going to go to main menu and continue. It is a really good flight. I also like this one too. All right, I need reversers, flaps, speed brakes, starters, gear, and parking brake. So what I usually do in the old sim, oh, and Pat Dog said to do a posture check. Thanks, Pat Dog. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry you got tagged by that one. That was half of across the pond flight. It is. I mean, you know, you're not going really fast. We're only going 140, 150 miles out, you know, out and back. So you don't go that far, and the total mileage is 457 miles. So it is a long flight. My guess is it was also really hard on the pilots too, because they were flying low and slow, and they were probably getting bounced all over the place. Okay, that looks good. So I've gone and let's eject out of there. Let's see, Dom T Gaming, can you put it over in Chit Chat and in YouTube? Not YouTube, in Discord. If you put it in Discord, I can go and grab it there. The permit thing has just broken. I don't know how to fix it. And we've kind of looked at it, and it's just becoming annoying. So if you put it over in Chit Chat, if you decide to put it over in Chit Chat, that might be good. And I can look for it there. You did? Did you put it over in maybe Flight Sim Media? Flight Sim Media. So there is pictures. This is the picture that Dom T Gaming took. So there was our flight, and there are 3 Whiskey 7s that made it. And again, there was one other airplane. I don't know why the model matching didn't work, but that would have been cool to make it work too. All right, I need to go into Task Manager and stop Microsoft Flight Simulator, because even though it stopped, it hasn't really stopped. Okay, we put Hogwarts is put in. We've got London City in. Dom T Gaming's gonna go get a haircut. Dom T Gaming, thank you so much for doing this flight. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining the rest of the spies on this. Thank you for coming in and being a part. Let's get the sim going. London City, here we come. Hogwarts, here we come. So grab your wand. You could also bring a cat, a toad, or I think you could have, well, Ron had a rat. So you can bring your animals with you too. Okay, we'll load this in, and then we've got a flight plan that Sunjammer came up with, and we have to load in that flight plan. I don't usually load in flight plans, so we got to learn to do that right. If you didn't get that, Sunjammer put it over in Chit Chat on Discord. And I can send you a message link to Sunjammer's flight plan in Discord. That is a link to Sunjammer's flight plan. So you can go and grab that if you want. Did any builds fix the A3? There has been an update for the A350. I have no idea. We just finished our flight to we just did a big flight to the D-Day flight. I should have checked for EGEO. Should have checked for an EGEO airport. I think I've got one. I'm not sure. EGEO. Nope, I don't. So we'll just use default for that. Hogwarts should be loaded in. At worst, we'll at least see the Glenfinnan Viaduct. We won't see a train on it. I don't think that the train shows up in this scenery. Somebody did do a train that goes over it and has that kind of locomotive. And there is a free locomotive scenery that you could get over at flightsim.to if you want that. I should go over, and I've got Control C. Let's change the title. And City Flyer up there. I don't have a flight plan yet because we've got to get Sunjammer's flight plan and plug that into SimBrief so we can do a flight plan. We love Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It always takes so much longer to load. Yes, it's back to waiting simulator, right, Sunjammer? Let's see. Wheelchair Gamer, you've got allergies? Yeah, the smoke's pretty bad. Loviz is going to take a work call right now. Okay, Loviz. If you don't get to do this and you still would like to someday, we can always do it again another day too, if you missed it. This one's kind of fun. It's very low-key. You don't have to follow any flight sim rules or anything like that. It really is a chill flight event. And it's a little bit fun. Unless you don't like, Hogwarts. Nebula, the A319 would be perfect for this flight. That's right, Loviz did it in the TBM. We did a group flight in the TBM with Sunjammer a few years ago. BR Controller is here from Brazil. Hi, BR Controller. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's see. Options. We're gonna just stay on this. Server, right? Southeast Asia works. There's not a lot of people on that one, so that's good. No scenery to load in, so let's come over and get the airplane. And I think we get the airplane first. And that's going to be an E-Jet up here.
Top clearance
Loviz gifted a sub to BR
noted.
Controller. Hey, Loviz, thank you for being nice to Brittany. BR Controller does lots of really, really good ATC in Brazil. I think we want the LR. That's ours. Thank you for being nice to BR Controller. There is our City Flyer. All right. Now then, aircraft selection is good. Okay, now what we need to do is we actually have to load in the flight plan. So liveries, weight, and balance. Rowley, I do remember you. Welcome back. Thank you for coming in today. So we've got our airplane. Type the airport code in. Okay. EGLC. EGLC, London City. And then probably also the other one. That's EGEO. EGEO for our arrival. EGEO. No, 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 don't do that. Okay, we'll do that. Let's not do that. So we typed in London City. Now this, what we're doing here is we're also going, Sunjammer says see more. Recommendations, so there's London City, and let's go maybe down here. Let's see, it's been a while, BR controller. Sunjammer says go to the bottom of the screen. Okay, so London City Airport. I do suggest we fly this during the day. So Sunjammer says go down here and do more here. Space. Load and save. Load from this PC. Okay, I put this over in, let's see, this is down here in Ortho. And I put it in the community folder for Flight Sim 2020. And it's probably all the way at the bottom of the community folder where we got Sunjammer's plan. And there's the plan and open. I've never really done it this way. Okay, here is our flight plan. This is our flight plan that Sunjammer gave us. All right, so let's see. Now what we need to do is to get this to work really easy with this airplane. Now we have to change to a gate. So let's come on down here. And here's London City. There's Sunjammer right over there. So now we're going to go and do a gate. How about gate 26 and set us our departure? Now then, I'm going to go and just kind of copy a few of the waypoints in here. So let's see. Looks like Sunjammer put in a departure here. And then we're going to Brookman's Park. EGBT, Bigley. I was just wanting to put a little bit of this in so we can get a little bit of fuel. I don't think that that's going to work. Let's just go ahead and take the direct flight. So Sunjammer put a departure in, it looks like. So I'm going to just go and put a few of these in here. Okay, let's go and do BPK space EGBT Bigley WIT Okay, here's some more. FNY ERKIT ERKIT. I'm not getting them all in here, just a few of these. Let's do INS or some, and that should be about, that's going to be a good approximation. Okay, we got 2 waypoints in here that are all the way in the United States. WRKIT did not work. Take that one out. Now we've got one in Greece. This is just supposed to get us basic fuel. Okay, that works. Let's generate a flight over there. Do you have a livery for Harry Potter? Why don't you put that over in Flight Sim? Over in Discord. Stick that over if you can into Discord. Maybe, what would be good? Flight Sim talk or something like that. And I'll try and get that link out for you, Bear. Thank you for finding that. Okay, let's get a flight plan. Do I need to close the old one? Yeah, gotta close the old one. There's the old one. We're not filing on VATSIM. So put this on the desktop. And that should be good. Okay, there is our route. And it's all set. Flight conditions. I'm gonna go to, we're gonna take it out of DDay. And let's go to live. We're going to leave air traffic off, all players on, and that should be live weather. There's live weather. That's good. And we'll do the time in a minute. Let's go. Let's see. I missed some chat there. Pat Dog. BR Controller wants to know who's going to Flight Sim Expo. Pat Dog. Got to step away. You're getting ready to leave for work, heading home. Come back in when you can, Pack Dog. Thank you for being here for the D-Day flight. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you next time. Now then, since we've got that flight, we can go to Navigraph. Because I think we need Navigraph charts for this flight. We'll need charts for this because it's not in the EFB. So import from SimBrief, and that should get us charts for today's flight. There we go. That's about as close as it's going to get. Aviation Ryan, we are doing a flight up to Hogwarts. Not even close to being there yet. Sorry. Hi, Amagarosa. Okay, that looks really good. So, London City Airport. EGLC. Taxi. We have several departures. My guess is Sunjammer Troll chose one of the Brookman's departures. Let's see. What's the airport look like? London City, runways. Best choice for runway departure is runway 27. Based on the wind. I don't know. Sunjammer may have chosen the other runway, though. Runway 9. It's only a 5-knot tailwind. Navigraph did. So you chose Navigraph, Sunjammer? So runway 27 is okay for us here. So that means for our chart, our departure, and we're going to Brookman's Park, we want the runway 27 departure. Use the charts to make the route. Okay, so let's come over here. That's runway 9. We want runway 27 for our departure, and we're going to grab that one. It's going to be Brookman's Park, 1 Alpha. Okay, that looks good. Coming back in to Orban. No charts coming in, no charts coming out, no charts at all. We's gonna die. Gotta be a visual landing. In Scotland, what could possibly go wrong? No fear. No fear at all. You can never get your throttle set up right for the E-Jets. The EFB is frustrating. Cambo, I haven't done this in a while. But as I recall, yeah, it is frustrating to do that. I don't know if you did it in, I think you do it in the electronic flight bag. Okay, this should take us relatively close to our flight path here. Almost done. Flying Fox is checking in from Van Nuys today. Hello, Van Nuys. And Flying Fox says we should go to the Van Nuys airport sometime. Welcome to London City. Sim stabilizing. I think after the sim stabilizes, those glasses go away. Very annoying. Great. Yes, yes, yes. E-jets. Okay. Here we are. I say fly during the day. Let's fly daytime. There we go. That's probably good. We'll take off at high noon. A high noon departure. There's Nebula. Nebula's in the A319. And Sunjammer is over there in the Vision Jet. That is a very visionary choice for your flight today, Sunjammer. Uh-oh. I don't know if I have views set up here in this airplane. Go to the cockpit view. Nope, I don't have views set up. I'll get these done really fast. There's our main view. Let's do big instruments. There's big instruments. Okay, that looks great. Let's do upper panel. There's an upper panel right there. That looks good. We need an autopilot. Pratt PT says the flight factor 767 has a nice update. Okay, let's come over here. This is autopilot view. There's autopilot view. Then we need McDo view. There is the McDo. There's McDo view. Radios are in the McDo on this airplane. We need a big instruments view. That looks good over there. And we need an electronic flight bag. And we're going to go over and do a fast look at calibrating throttles. Okay, so this all looks good, and there's our McDo view. Okay, so over here, I think we go to the gear, EFB, brightness, auto brightness, aircraft, display frame rate, spawn, reset brakes, cabin ambience, temperature. I don't see that. Calibration. I'll bet this is what you want, Cambo. Okay, so throttles. So throttles all the way down. It says link settings. I'll link my settings there. Reverser is on axis. We're going to say that's good. But I don't really want to link my axis. I want them to be different. So then what you do is you would go and maybe reset your settings. I've got it as profile number 1. And then slowly move your throttles. So the next thing that you would do is after you set your reverse, start at the bottom. And then the next one is just below idle. And that's going to be idle reverse. That doesn't look good. There's idle. Oh, I think... Okay, so it's these sliders. I think. I've never done this one before. There's a mid-range. There's Toga and Max. I am probably no help at all. Yeah, so I'm no help at all on that. But that's, I think what you do is you move these sliders a little bit. I don't honestly remember after that. I hope I at least showed you a little bit. Let me know if we need to do more. Ground power, forward stairs, open the front door. I don't need safety pins or cones. I'm going to go and pull my engine covers. Oh, we'll leave cones in place, I guess. And there's our airplane, looking good. Sunjammer's already taxiing. We got to get going here. Okay, let's see. We need to come over here and do flight details. And we're going to import our flight plan from SimBrief. There is our flight plan. And let's add it. It picks up that you're at max reverse. You may need to turn on or off your reversers. And add it. Uh-oh, it's not adding. SimBrief. Check it. And now it's in there. Okay, there's our flight plan. That looks good. And then check it again, and now it's in. Perfect. We got that. Okay. Let's go, and there's our departure. Oh, I forgot about all these. All right. Let's turn the airplane on. It could be that... So my guess is if you need to change some sort of a setting, because you either have your reversers on the throttles or you don't, and I think it's mixed up because of that. I think it's mixed up because of those things. Battery 1, battery 2 going on. And let's see, nav lights. Logo lights are on, nav lights can go on. That looks good. Emergency exit lights. And ground power is available. There comes ground power. Bear, thank you for the reminder about Volanta. All right, stuff's coming alive here. Let's do a control check. Make sure that we can control the sucker. That all looks good. Speed brakes are good. Throttles look good. All that looks fine. So, all of this is looking great. Sort of. Okay, what do we need to do up here? It's been a while since I've been in this airplane. So no smoking can go on. And everything else I think is fine. Hi Eclipse, welcome aboard. Now then, I think we need to adjust a few levels here. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, we're going to have to turn up these levels here. Couldn't see them. And maybe this one too. Yep, there's the middle. Okay, that looks good. The co-pilot has to turn up the clock. And then we'll turn up the co-pilot. Haven't had to do that before in the airplane. Eclipse had a WASM crash. Boy, those are no fun, right? All right, all this looks good over here. APU can go on for some AC. All right, the radio is good over here. Now then, I think we do route. Navigation database, the active is accurate, so it's up to date. That's good. Route. EGLC, EGEO, that looks great. Let's go data link, flight plan. No. Route. Data link, flight plan. Do we actually have it in there? Yeah, we do. So we don't need to do the data link on this. Cool. Flight ID is BAW. There we go. Let's do our departure. Our runway is 27. We're doing Brookman's Park, 1 Alpha departure, and apply. Our arrival today, we have a choice between runway 1 and runway 9. At Oban, the winds right now are 240 at 13. 240 at 13. It says runway 19 is our best choice for landing. It's only an 8-knot tailwind. Is that 19? That's runway. Yeah, 19. So landing south, I guess. Landing south. 19. And there are no approaches. There are no stars. Just apply. It's going to be visual. We's are going to die on that one. Okay. That looks good. The flight plan is all in. So departure and arrival looks good. I have forgotten 90% of this airplane. Let's do performance initialization. Okay, we need the flight plan for these numbers. You know what we also need to do? Let's start the passengers boarding. It takes 13 minutes. Okay, so we're going to depart here on 27, and it's dry. Let's see here. Weather, let's just go and get the weather from there, and that'll work for us. Altimeter is 1008. Altimeters are checked and set. That looks good. Nebula says 1008 there. Okay, so that all looks good. And all of this looks good. Let's go calculate speeds for takeoff. There's calculate, and now the manifest gives us all sorts of groovy little numbers that we need here for this airplane. So first things first, we need taxi fuel. So the first thing we grab is, I think it's 136/0. It's taxi fuel /0. Okay, then we go to page 2. Next. Cruise altitude, SimBrief said 38,000 feet. Flight level 380. Winds are 247 at 37 knots. 247 at 37 knots. Our zero fuel weight is over here. Our zero fuel weight is 33392. 33392 is our zero fuel weight. And that looks good. That page is done. Next page. Climb speeds. I don't touch these at all. And then we're going to leave takeoffs. I'm going to leave those alone. It's going to be flaps 1. And then do the previous page first, because you got to put your winds in. And right now, our wind is 220 at 12. So 220 at 12 knots. It's dry. I usually leave the slope blank. Next page, flaps 1. And -1 on the takeoff. So speeds for takeoff over on the manifest page says, let's see, 122, 126, 143. 122, 126, 143, and then V flaps is 180, 180, and then I put 180 up here in the speed bug. And it always wants you to be in automatic. I usually take it out of that. Maybe they fixed it, but I don't trust it. I'm a big chicken. So 180 goes in there. Scott Vars says to hydrate. Hi, Scott. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. Runway heading for runway 27 is 272 degrees. Let's set the runway heading. And Scott, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Spy tea. So 272. 272. And very important, even though we're not on VATSIM, what is our maximum climb clearance? 3,000 feet. Do not ever exceed that, or you're gonna die. It's gonna be bad. 3,000 feet. Okay, all of that looks good. Trim is 2.3. Be sure and set your trim. 2.3. There we go. Trim is set. I think it's time to go. How to fix WASM. All you do is, if you've had a WASM crash in the sim eclipse, you have to escape out of the sim and go back in. That's about all you can do with that. Okay, let's see. APU should be up and running. The ground power is listed as available. So we can come on down to ground, and we're going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to go and close our main door. Let's see. Are the passengers loaded? No, I still have passengers loading. 8 minutes. You've got to be kidding. Can't these passengers load up any faster? Jeez. Come on, they're going to Hogwarts. It shouldn't take for freaking ever. Let's see, while we're here, that's for installing Eclipse. Are you talking about a WASM problem with, say, they have these funky little things that prevent you from walking around the cabin. I'm trying to set some wing views here. And usually if you go along the side, that does it. Booty, no, we did a big long flight earlier today. So we did a big long flight. We did the DDay flight. And I kind of figured, you know, we're in multiplayer for that flight there. And I just thought, let's do I think we've actually got music for this flight. I think there's boarding music in this plane now. So I'm just setting a couple of wing views here. But yeah, normally we're all about VATSIM. We did a 4-hour flight in the DC-3. And so now we're going to do just a city flyer flight up from London City to Hogwarts. Seriously, what was it with the windows? Are they all closed on this side? That one isn't. So we've actually got 2 bits of music going here. A little scared about the boarding music. That's a good wing view. Okay, we got that. How are we doing on loading? Are lazy passengers moving any faster? Well, we killed 4 minutes with that. Amagarosa says, that's right. Maybe we've got Men in Black agents aboard with the flashy thing or something, erasing people's memories. Sunjammer, thank you for... Sunjammer's ready to go. I'm amazed that I remember this much. Okay, what can we do here? Nothing to worry about here. I just hit the instant button. I think we can do that. I think we're loaded. I'm going to close the main door. I'm going to get rid of the stairs and the cones. Our doors are closed, so that's good. That looks good. Doors are indeed closed. Let's see. TCAS transponder. We're on Terra. Let's see. Where do we put... Do we put a squawk? Yeah, there we go. We're going to squawk as usual. When there's no squawk code, we'll be 0007. And we are now squawking. Speeds are good. I think we're ready to get out of here. I think it's time to go. So let's come over here. Plan. Map. That's what we usually do. All right. I think we could start engines. So let's do seat belts, sterile cockpit. Let's do the beacon. Beacon is good. All of that looks great. Why don't we try and start engine number 1? Nebula, thank you for a Nebula quack. Starting engine number 1. There goes the ignition. N2 is going up. N2 is going up nicely. And it's pretty much an automated start on this airplane. Thanks, Nebula. I will get out of here in just a second. Okay, parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull the wheel chocks. Cones are gone. There is a charts here for Navigraph. We'll play with that when we get up in the sky. Everything's clear. I think we got a good start on engine 1, starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. Sounds in the cabin on this airplane are actually pretty good. If you're just joining us, we are at London City Airport. We're going to fly straight north on... we're going to fly straight north. Basically up the railroad. Uh-oh, what don't you like? Hydraulic 3. Oh, yeah, there's a hydraulic switch. Hydraulic pump A. I forgot that. And that goes away, so that looks good. That is good. I think we're almost ready to go. Nebula took a very sensible airplane on this one, the A319. Everything's good up here. Taxi light going on. Cabin call. APU can go off. APU is off. Everything looks good there. Let's try and do a taxi. Parking brakes going off. Parking brake is not attached. And let's see if we can taxi out a little bit. Hey, we're taxiing. Axel, this is the Embraer E-Jet. It works pretty good in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's not quite ready for Flight Sim 2024 yet. Okay, out we go. Wave over there. Say hi, Nebula. There's our taxi line there. And fortunately, they did a really nice job with a big taxiway here for us at London City. So we don't have to back taxi here anymore. Okay, flaps. I gotta do this way. Flaps are out.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secured and ready.
Oh, that's nice. Auto brakes to RTO. Auto brakes are good. How's our
No takeoff. Flat.
no takeoff flaps? I said on the departure flaps 1. Maybe I'm at flaps 2. Yeah, I'm at flaps 2. It should be flaps 1. Okay. Flaps 1. Hawk Driver, we're in the Southeast Asia server. This is a server that actually not a lot of people use. So it's really kind of cool for multiplayer. There's not too big of a delay. And it seems to be... Okay, Sunjammer's departing. Okay, I'm going to arm nav. Do we need to do flight directors here? Oh, we have to do the takeoff button. Takeoff is armed. And there goes Sunjammer in the Vision Jet. Up, up, and away. Those are interesting buildings. That would be a cool place to have an apartment. You'd see some cool stuff. All right, let's try the takeoff config check.
Takeoff okay.
Takeoff config is good. Let's see. We're going to do strobes. Almost time to go. Hey, Flash Duck, welcome aboard. Now then. Let's see. Our flight director's on. Yeah, flight directors are on. Yaw dampers go on. Yaw dampers are armed. Let's make our turn here before we go off the side and into the drink. Okay, all of this is looking good. I think we're ready to go. Let's do landing lights. Landing lights are good. There's no way that airplane made that turnaround. No way. Okay, there's Sunjammer. Let's go. Shall we give it a shot? I haven't flown this in forever. Auto throttle. Sounds have improved.
Auto brake.
Knots. One. Rotate. Positive brake.
London scenery is really giving me some hesitations here. There's the Shard. Flaps up. There's 3,000. And start our turn, and this should take us up near King's Cross, and out we go. Speed 210. That looks like a train station right there. I'm a little bit off. Not bad though. And start our turn over here. And making sure we're at 1,400. I thought we were close to 3,000. Here comes our turn. Speed's 210. Roll out. There's our turn there. There is a... Nope, that wasn't a rail station there. And there's 2,800. We're stopping at 3,000 because there's this other airport called Heathrow, and we don't want to get in their traffic. And then we start our departure out to Brookman's Park. And there's our turn to Brookman's Park. The SID did not load very well. I'm basically flying the departure. I'm flying the departure there. I'm not flying what's in here in the navigation display. It's not even close. "3,000 feet, stop right there." And now it wants to go down. Trimming this airplane is a real pain. All right, now what we need to do is search for Sunjammer here after we get to Brookman's Park and follow the leader. Oops, 3,200. I'm going to get yelled at. Oh, the humanity. Is that 3,200? There goes Nebula. Oh, 2,500. I did this one departure from London City a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And I busted the altitude constraint. It was very, very bad. It was pretty bad. All that looks good. Now, direct twos. That's data link. BPK. I think that's how we do a direct to Brookman's Park, but the flight plan looks really messy. I'm not doing my speed that much. Looks like Nebula did a very nice departure. Let's see if the autopilot, let's do heading hold and heading. That looks good. AP. There's our heading hold. And how about vertical speed up to 3,000 and 210 knots, almost to Brookman's Park. Well, the airplane looks really good. Chances are I skipped a few steps here. Okay, there is Brookman's Park. And then let's make a turn to the right here. And that should be on course. Let's try direct to Bigley. Direct Bigley and nav. Brookman's Park, we're done there. How about climb and maintain? Nope, that's speed. So we can do 250 at this point. How about 240? We're waiting for Sunjammer. I'm gonna go, how about 25,000 to start? We'll just do vertical speed climbs. And out we go. So we're slightly off to the side here. Oh, we're going past the Blue Lagoon. Hey, there's Blue Lagoon right there. I'm sure that's quite the party town. There's 3,800. Okay, after takeoff items, flaps are up, speed brakes are down, landing gear is up, auto brakes are off. After takeoff items are good. Sterile cockpit can go off for extra beverages. Low Sunjammer is above us.
Received. Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
Sunjammer is right there. Sunjammer's in the Vision Jet. Okay, so we're gonna wait and let Sunjammer come out just a little bit. And from there, what we'll do is follow Sunjammer. So we're going to watch that. There's an airplane over there. JSG Droid just did a donation. Hey, JSG Droid. Holy moly, that was really nice of you. That was, wow, that was a $100 donation. Thank you for some awesome support and helping me to keep the lights on. That will go right to the electric bill. Okay, there's Sunjammer. Thank you so much. Dom T Gaming is back from the barber shop. I hope that your barber was not being snippy with you. So, gotta say, so Sunjammer's more over this way. I want to get more behind Sunjammer. Lots of overtime. Oh, hey, thank you for sharing some overtime. Thank you again for all of your support. There was some really nice support during the flight earlier today too, so thank you so much. Thanks for helping me keep all these lights on. Scott Fars said to hydrate 20 minutes ago. Thanks, Scott. Dom T Gaming did one, so did Loviz, so thank you both. I'm surprised and shocked to hear that there's lots of overtime. That there's lots of overtime in IT right now. I can't understand why. Okay, there's Nebula and there's Sunjammer. So Sunjammer's already at 13,000 feet. Let's increase our rate of climb here. And since we're behind, we can go and kick the speed up a little bit now. Leslie is flying with us today. Leslie Rivera is here. Hey Leslie, thank you for joining us on the Hogwarts flight. We're in Flight Sim 2020, so my frame rates aren't the best in here. Nebula, take your time. We're doing really good on the flight today. Okay, so we're following Sunjammer. I'm gonna not follow my route because I wasn't able to get Sunjammer's exact route in, so I want to follow Sunjammer, who has the exact route. And that's going to be the northern line that's going to take us up to Hogwarts. Great news! JSG Droid has been waiting for a motherboard since January that supports the 4090 BTF graphics card. It arrived. Tomorrow, JSG Droid is going to start building a new PC. Wow. So, are you going to take pictures of your PC build along the way? And maybe put a couple of those up over in
Reinforcements incoming.
Discord, so we can see that. We just got a raid from Two-Tone Murphy. Hey, Two-Tone, we saw your airplanes going out to Normandy today. We had a very good, very great D-Day flight today. A lot of that is thanks to you, Two-Tone, and you putting that link on your website for the Jepson scenery. It really was outstanding. We were really all pretty amazed at just how amazing that scenery was. We saw all sorts of things that we didn't expect to see. We saw, let's see, we saw some, I didn't expect to see flak going off, so we saw flak out there. I did see the paratroopers in pictures, and I was expecting those. That was great. We did change the time, so we came in at night and saw the searchlights all over the place. That was pretty amazing too. We saw landing craft and also shells hitting the beach. So, I mean, whoever put that together did such a good job. It really was amazing. But absolutely, I was so happy to find that on your website, which is a great resource. And thank you for putting it there. And it was also nice to find you over on your server so we could see your flock of C-47s flying out too. Okay, there's 12,000 feet. Our speed's coming up. So we're kind of doing a chill out flight if you're just coming in. We're taking the British Airways City Flyer. We took off from London City Airport. We flew over King's Cross Station and dipped our wing towards platform 9 3/4, and we're flying up north. And then we're going to fly down Loch Ness, make a turn at Wayne, and go up the side lock, look for the Glenfinnan Reservoir, go to the long lock off to the side, and go and visit Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And there, if you don't know if you came in with the raid, there is a freeware airport that you can go and get. Freeware scenery at flightsim.to that did a very nice job of not only, doing the castle, but everything else. Old veteran, it was Jepson 2001 that did the Normandy scenery. Jepson 2001. 2024 does not freeze for me, not nearly as much as Flight Sim 2020 does. 2020, we're in 2020 right now, and it's freezing all over the place. But, 2024 is much better for me. High stick figure. Advise folks to fly a bit of Murph's D-Day flight in France, a helicopter during the day. So you see a lot more of Jepson 2000's great work. Then fly it at night, low and slow. And that's right, I saw that, the paratroopers, the searchlights and the flak, it really was amazing. I'm, blown away at that scenery. I mean, that's good enough to be a payware. That's good enough to be a payware scenery. It was so, I'm really kind of goofy about that. Okay, where is Sunjammer? There's Sunjammer over there. Nebula's over there. We probably need to turn a little bit over to the right to get behind Sunjammer. This is also approximately the route that the Hogwarts Express would have taken. That Sunjammer's put together for us here. I'm a little bit off to the side here. So out of King's Cross going straight up north. We're kind of going to go a little bit over towards Inverness so that we can go and fly down Loch Ness. It's always good to see if Nessie is out. Okay, there's Sunjammer over there. I think we need to make a turn a little bit to the right here. So playing follow the leader in jets today. Follow the leader in the E-jet. Let's see. Long past transition altitude. Set the transition altitude. And I guess they do fly E190s out of London City, so that was good. Let's also do taxi light, nav strobes and beacon. Cool. I think we ought to pick up our speed. We're falling a little behind Sunjammer here. There we go, 290. Airplane is warning us a little bit about icing, but with this airplane right now, pretty much all of your icing is automatic. So just because it's warning us about it, I don't usually freak out too much. There are other things to freak out about. Setting new standards for the future, the E2 jet. And a very nice cabin. A little bit more information over here for people in the exit row. And we've even got, looks like 3 rows of first class seating here. Actually, they did a really nice job with the cabin on this airplane, and the you know, the visuals on the airplane are really quite nice. And as usual, they didn't leave us a pint of anything down here. They even put away the pizza. There's 25,000 feet. There's Nebula, HD Gamer. Did we lose Sunjammer? I don't see. Oh. There's Cloud Doctor. Uh-oh. Did somebody throw Sunjammer in a vanishing cabinet or something? Nebula says that Sunjammer is right behind you. Okay. Man, they scratched up the windshield on this airplane pretty bad. If you'd like to know, there's Manchester over there. Sunjammer is at flight level 230. Ah, I went to flight level 250. How about if we go to flight level 230? I'm not using nearly any of the automatic stuff in this airplane. I'm going to go ahead and do seatbelts. There's Sunjammer. Okay, there we go. Now we're looking pretty good. And I'm going to just reduce my speed because I don't want to go too fast because this is a follow the leader flight. So there's Manchester over there. There's the Wallasey VOR. And there's Harden. Harden over here, that's where the Belugas fly in to the UK to pick up wings for A320s. My guess is the pilots probably pick up some, you know, chicken wings too on the way out. I think I'm still going too fast for Sunjammer's Vision Jet. Drama is doing KDEN to KOKC. KOAK, Oklahoma. Sunjammer's going up a little bit higher now. And I appear to be passing. Actually, I think Sunjammer's decided to go the other way. Oakland, that's right, KOAK, thank you. Yeah, I think Sunjammer may have forgotten something. Or didn't like the chicken wings comment. So we'll just stay here at 23,000 feet. That's a good altitude. Tim Dog is going to do a Mad Dog flight from Atlanta to Nolens. Hawk Driver is in 2024. Hawk Driver, I'm sorry, we're in 2020 today, so we could fly the DC-3 with the Duckworks mod and stuff like that. Sunjammer's airplane does not like 2025. Hawk Driver, sorry about that. Yeah, we're in 2020 for this flight. Usually, I know that's a little bit unusual. Tomorrow's flight, there is a one of those long VATSIM events tomorrow, and it's New York, and New York's going to be on a very long time. So basically, we'll take off from Charlotte at 1800 Zulu, and you choose your airport, Kennedy, LaGuardia, or Newark, and fly into New York. We'll do a full briefing tomorrow morning on that, but that'll be a VATSIM event for tomorrow. We've also got a few other flights planned. Tomorrow is Dog's birthday. Dogs wants to go from Mesa Gateway to Northern Colorado Regional Airport. What we could do is then stay on the ground at Northern Colorado Regional and continue on into Denver for the Denver Live Saturday Night Ops. So we could do that one too. Sunday we're starting off with Rotterdam online, and of course Monday is Vectors to Copenhagen. And those are some of the flights that we've got now. Okay, it's time to make a turn. And that's the speed, that's not. So we're making a turn here. And I think the rail line goes along the coast here. So we're going coastal. Sunjammer's plane does not like 25,000 feet. If we zoom in tight enough, we can see rail lines here. And my guess is it's this line here that Sunjammer had us taking to make this turn over this way. And I guess it kind of comes around here and goes along the coast here, along here. Hey, here is maybe it's a waypoint. I was going to say, is this the town called Lager? Is there a town called Ale? Sunjammer says, okay, so we're going through York. That's the way the route the train goes through. So they would go through York. Probably makes sense for the Hogwarts Express to do that, because they got to pick up students probably along the way. It's not just people that, you know, are going from London. Yeah, Martin, we're still in Flight Sim 2020 for this one. We'll be back in Flight Sim 2024 tomorrow. We'll be back in VATSIM, Flight Sim 2024, doing our normal stuff. Okay, so basically, well, there, that says York right there. I thought it was bigger. I see the train right there, so there's York over there. We should turn a little bit to the right here. Happy Friday, Sparks. Sparky is lit is here. Okay, that should get us over York, and you can see the rail line here. That's the turn that we're supposed to make. Martin, this is the Embraer E-Jet from Flight Sim Studios. Right now, this airplane only really works in Flight Sim 2020. I haven't been able to get power on or anything working in 2024, but they're working on it now. And we could probably use an additional 10 degrees to get us over York. Sunjammer says that this is the part of the line. So I'm guessing you're talking about the straightaway. This straightaway right here from York to North Allerton. This is where tornado hit 100 miles an hour. That's the train, right? Not a tornado. But this was where one of those speed records was. Because I'm guessing they did the speed records on straightaways and stuff. And I believe Mallard still holds the record for the fastest steam engine, right? In the world. Average Canadian, welcome back in. Good to see you. For a new steam locomotive, yes, Mallard still has that. And they probably did that on a straightaway like this too. So here's our train line right here at York. Martin wants to know if this is going to be available in the marketplace for Xbox Simmers. I'm not sure. And Sunjammer says that the Mallard one was at Stoke Bank, and that's south of where we are right now, where that speed run happened. And that record for that locomotive is a world record too, I think. Well, not that we're actually going to be able to see the rail line, but I think it would be right over there, and it's going to be fairly straight. Dad, game time. So the thing is I have the BAE 146. I don't have the RJ just because what do I need? If I want to get in the BAE 146, I might as well fly the BAE 146 and not have, you know, the enhancements of the RJ. Martin says that it was insane how powerful the old steam locomotives were. They were powerful. They had to do a lot of heavy lifting. You know, all of the train cars that they were pulling were not lightweight train cars. They were all, you know, they didn't have carbon composites and stuff. All right, so there we go there. There's York, and there's our straightaway. And the straightaway's there. Now, Nebula and Sunjammer have gone over to the coast. So let's go and play follow the leader and go over to the coast. I don't really keep track of frame rates right now because they're just not that great. The big thing that I do is take a look at how smooth the flight is going. If the flight's going smoothly, that's great. If it's not, then I'll make a change. We'll get back over with Nebula and Sunjammer here. Tim Dog would instead like to do Atlanta to Indianapolis. That's right, 200 years of passenger service. I mean, this is where trains were born. This is where trains were dreamed up. And the first rail lines were here. It's an incredible history. Fuel is 3.3 kilos. I think we got more than enough to get to where we're going. One level up from medium. So it's not ultra, it's not medium, it's the one in the middle of the settings there. Now that I have turned off a few things, and this gets us back on our course. All right, we are now coming up on another town. Middlesbrough is the big sign. They could make the text on the maps just a little bit bigger. So we're coming up on Middlesbrough, Sunderland, and Newcastle. Oh, one of my favorite beverages. Sadly, I've heard that most Newcastle isn't in Newcastle anymore. During World War II, waived a lot of size restrictions on freight trains to move material. They became so long that the slack action between the engine and the last car was so powerful it was destroying rail cars and killing conductors. Oh my gosh. Dead game time. I never heard about that. Sunjammer says, oh, is this area called Smogland? Really? Tim Dog's been to Newcastle. Yeah, that's always been one of my favorite ales is Newcastle. Sadly, we don't have it too many any here. The brown ale is really good. So Sunjammer says we are in Smogville. And it looks like after Smogville, Sunjammer we're going to make a little bit of a turn inland. Smogville, huh? If you break a Newcastle bottle, you have to stitch that, Jimmy. That's right. It's brewed. It's not brewed here. They've moved it. It's moved to the west now. So we make a turn over Smogville and go inland, and actually it looks like Sunjammer is now heading to Edinburgh. As we go up and we go across, probably across the famous bridge in Edinburgh in the train. So we continue up there on that one. And we continue up into Scotland to Inverness. Dad, game time. I believe the answer to that is yes. Somebody is making an E145. I don't think it's going to happen any soon. Sunjammer says it's about 5 minutes to the famous bridge in Edinburgh. And they've got all sorts of really cool bridges there. I think I could actually pick my speed up about 10 knots and not pass anybody. Sunjammer is now heading over here. Closer to Newcastle. That's right. That Zonorous, that is their plan. Their plan is to actually go ahead and do is to get VNAV, and they have to do a custom flight management system to do that. Sunjammer is over the Newcastle airport, and no, we're not going to Papa Westray tonight. We are going to an equally small airport. We're going to Oban. But we're taking the very, very long way to get there because they don't have a really good, airport at Hogwarts. I mean, they got that one field that Hagrid was helping the coach land in, but I don't think we could stop in that. Hey, you know what, Zonorous? We have had a lot of airplanes that just do that, you know? We really have had a lot of airplanes that do that. You know, it took, what, 3-4 years to get the Rotate MD-11. So the Rotate MD-11 took a pretty long time. Hi, NASCAR. Welcome aboard. Yeah, let's see. Very probably. Let's see what happens when we get into Oban and see what we want to do. We had a very long flight today in the DC-3, in the C-47, the flight to the DDay flight. Dougal says that Oban is a beautiful location. Dougal's been there, used to visit there every year. That's right, take as long as they want. That's kind of the attitude. Take as long as you want. We care about the finished product. If it's really great, then we'll be happy. Actually, Rave Automata, VFRing in Scotland in Flight Sim 2024 is pretty cool. Yeah, Dom T Gaming, that's the thing about some of these flights. It does fry your brain a little bit. It really can do that. You know, especially the DC-3, you've got to do the work of 4 people. You've got to do the work of 4 people. The gyro pilot worked good for us today, but the thing is it drifts all over the freaking place. You're making adjustments to the gyro pilot every 10 minutes. And Newcastle is just clearing the wing here. It doesn't look like it's Smogville today. Sorry to hear that it's Smogville. I always think, oh, move there and get all sorts of Newcastle brew, but if it's smoggy, that's not good. Gotta say, the scenery up here. Sunjammer says that they also refer to Newcastle as Toontown. Now, I feel like Toontown is a reference to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And does that mean that there's, you know, a bunch of Looney Tunes there or something? Hi, John DFW. Welcome aboard. Have you seen the 220 previews? I've heard about him. I haven't seen him yet. I'll probably check those out tomorrow. John DFW is on an E170 IRL right now. Really? Where are you going, John? Is this a business trip or fun? Oh, really? So they're loonies down there, really? This is where they call this Toontown, huh? Okay. Well, they make good beer, or they used to. Rave Automata says you should not mix up Newcastle and Sunderland, though. Martin, yeah, maybe that's why they got that. It's a business trip. John is doing a short hop from Austin to the DFW. Hey, John DFW, thank you for telling us about your flight. I hope it's a nice one. You got a window seat and they're being nice to you. And happy landings up to the DFW today. Or are you coming home from a day trip down to Austin or something? When in Austin, there's a really good Italian restaurant on Research Drive. It's Buca's. And they've got, at least this years ago, I don't know if it's still there, but really very, very good. They have their own company Chianti. I don't know if you actually get it with fava beans though. Not sure, but I remember going there and they got sick of the fava beans jokes. Mr. 7, you've been lurking for a while. It has been a fun day today. Tim, we actually did a fairly long first flight today. We did the DDay, annual DDay flight. Dom T Gaming just gifted a sub to NASCAR. Dom T Gaming, thanks for gifting a sub to NASCAR. That was really nice of you. Thank you for doing that and being nice to NASCAR. Window seat, plane is full. You reach the top of descent about the time. Yeah. About the time you reach cruise. That's Austin to DFW, you will. Hawk Driver, thank you for taking the time to reload the sim and catch up. Coming up on Edinburgh right now. There's Hawk Driver in the C700. Well, this is sort of the second flight. The first flight actually took the amount of time of 2 flights. So it is, by the time that we go and buzz the castle and stuff like that. So, hey, Mr. X, I'm glad you're having fun. We do a lot of jet flights. We do a lot of flights on VATSIM. But every now and then, you know, we just go on to multiplayer and visit some place like Hogwarts. Or, you know, we go and we do the New Year's Eve flight. The New Year's Eve flight into Kaitak. You just got to do that. Sunjammer also did a really cool tour around Middle Earth. The Middle Earth in New Zealand, because there are actual sets that are still available. You can still go visit today for Lord of the Rings. Tim J went to a local street food festival today, and then you watched episode 10 of Band of Brothers with your friends. I watched, for this year, I decided to watch Drop Zone Normandy. I did that, and a couple days ago, there is a film. I don't know. I like it. It might not be the most accurate, but I do like, for the real world flying, Battle of Britain. Christopher Plummer. I mean, practically everybody that we would know is in Battle of Britain. Plus, they had these incredible airplanes flying along. You know, they had Spitfires, they had Heikels, all of these airplanes that you're just not going to see anymore. And they had a lot of them. In fact, they had so many back then in the 60s when they made the movie. They were blowing stuff up. They were blowing airplanes up. And I think that that's the movie that if you go... Oh, the name of the there's an air museum in the UK. It was in the movie, and they dropped they did a big explosion there, and they left a big hole. Duxford, that's it. It left a big hole, and I think that the big hole from the movie is still there at Duxford. That's it. Stick figure and Sunjammer, thank you. How could I forget Duxford because of ducks and stuff? But still. So those were the two movies that I watched. I have seen it a while ago. There was big time cheating going on. Really? Okay, there's Nebula up there. We're about ready to come up on the inlet here. How about descend and maintain 1,800 feet? Let's see if we can get below the clouds and see the bridges. Oh, okay. I thought there was some sort of a cheat going on in that movie. And we need to make a turn probably 30 degrees to the right to catch the bridges. There's the inlet right there. And Malt, we're in Flight Sim 2020. So I did not get Flight Sim 2024 working. So we'll buzz the railway bridge here. Sunjammer said that was the fourth largest air force in the world in 1968. All of the airplanes that they had in that movie. Commander King, thank you for the resub today. Commander King's been here for 44 months. Thank you so much for the really nice resub. Thank you for the extra support. So in 1968, when Battle of Britain was made, it was the fourth largest air force. They had so many airplanes in that. So the railway's going to go over the bridges, and we'll buzz the bridges. The E-Jets and Molt, I have not been able to get them to work at all, just because, you know, some of the other, I can't get the autopilot to clear. I can't get ground power on. Override likes a bridge too far. And we're coming in, and there's the bridges there. There's the airport, so the bridges are going to be right over here. Maybe another 10 degrees to the left. Sunjammer said the police had a lot of calls when the Heinkels were flowing over the docks of London to ask where the air shelters were. I'm actually not surprised. I mean, the 1960s, that was a while after the war, but still, I imagine that there were a lot of people that saw the Heinkels and were freaked. I mean, when you terrorize people, that's something that stays with them forever. Apocalypse, please. I think, I'm not sure which one Override was talking about. A bridge too far, maybe? Okay, we're well above traffic pattern altitude, so we're not going to interfere with traffic here. Oh, Override likes Battle of Britain. Yeah, well, they're still. I mean, you know, I had a grandparent that was a B-17 pilot, and he had terrible nightmares. You know, years, you know, in the 1960s when I would go and visit Grandma and Grandpa, he would have terrible nightmares about the war. So, yeah. And if you're on the ground, you're probably feeling even more vulnerable than ever before, because there's really just nothing you can do. Sunjammer says a bridge too far has the best airdrop and the creeping barrage. Okay, so we're coming on in here, and we're looking for our bridges, and there's the airport, and then we turn up north. Override had a grandfather on the American side and a grandfather on the German side. Holy moly, really? That's an interesting family. We have not. We are just getting to Edinburgh, Wigbill. Just coming up to Edinburgh here. We're going to buzz the bridges, and then we go up north and continue to Inverness. At Inverness, we turn west and go down Loch Ness to Fort William. It's Fort W. I always forget the W part. But, and then we make a turn there, go up the side lock, look for the Glenfinnan Reservoir, viaduct, and then turn south and go past the castle. While we're at the castle, we'll be flying along, and what we'll do is we'll fly low. We're going to hit pause so that we can take the drone camera out. So we'll do a low flight over that. And we're kind of coming into Edinburgh right now over the bridges. And then straight up from the bridges to Inverness. You could actually see where we're going here. There is Loch Ness. So from Inverness, Loch Ness, we continue on down here. We at Fort William, you want to be going low and slow down here. Start your turn. And I don't know what the name. I call this the side lock. And so as you come around here, You see a little bulge in the railway track? That's the Glenfinnan Viaduct. That's where the Hogwarts Express goes. As soon as you get there, make a turn down the second lock. I've got to learn my lock names. And then look for the castle off to your left. And that's where Hogwarts is. So that's how you find Hogwarts. And there's the railroad bridge right there. There is Edinburgh Airport. Well, we're kind of following the rail route. So it's kind of like we're following the railway route. And we never really knew the exact route, but this is about as close as you're going to get. Nice going over Cairngorms. Did I say it that way? There's nothing more there. It's just beautiful there. So there's our turn there. And there we go. And then follow this and straight up to Inverness. Maybe a little bit more. Probably 350 degrees to Inverness. Let's also go ahead and let's go and set a descent here now for 10,000 feet. I think that's probably okay. And start a gentle descent down there. Well, stick figure, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, even muggles can see the castle. Even muggles can see the castle. Because there is a castle that you can download from flightsim.to. And that just makes it a little more fun. Okay, starting a gentle descent now. There we go. You need the Wizarding Site plugin in the sim. Well, I've gone and messed up something. It's not being a nice airplane and descending well for me. It won't disconnect.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
It won't let me go into... Oh. I told you to go down to flight level 100. There we go. And it'll just do about 1,000 feet per minute. So we can start seeing some nice scenery here. Of course, the clouds are getting thicker. Leviosa, that's right. You have to say it the right way. I said it the wrong way, and I probably need to practice my swish and flick. Yep. Oh, it is nice to be back in this airplane. This will be kind of fun for us. Yeah, something was weird. I'm not sure. Okay, SimBrief is going to help us out just a little bit here. So, flights. coming into Oban, weather, EGEO, altimeter, the best we're going to be able to do is 1002. The winds are 240 at 13, landing southwest here when we finally get into Oban Airport. So that's about the same. We've got scattered clouds at 4,500. That's not so bad. So 1012, transitions probably 6,000 or 7,000 feet or something like that. So that should work out just fine for us. Really, flight, Navigraph is such a great tool. That's right. Wingardium Leviosa is actually how airplanes fly. It's how we make them go up and down. That's right. We're going to be very close to Nessie, but we figure Nessie likes spy pilots, so we don't have to worry about it. Because whenever we fly over Nessie, we drop Timbits into the water. It could also be that, all of the locks are connected under the water. So Nessie could actually fly into the lock and swim into the lock and play with, I guess, some of the other, fish and stuff swimming around the castle. Nice gentle descent here. So we'll kind of come around and then shoot down this way. Tim J friends had fish and chips at the food festival. I'll bet those were tasty. Were they done really good? Did they wrap them up in newspapers at the fish festival or just give them to you in a cup or something? And let's reduce our speed by 10 knots. Slowly get the airplane slowed up here. Okay. We did have a little bit of weather information. So go to the arrival. It's going to be runway 19. Go to the landing page. Let's go and start with the landing init. Our runway heading at this airport is going to be runway 19. That's going to be 188 degrees. 188 degrees. Okay, weather, the temperature is 14 degrees. I do flaps 5 landings here. There's no ice. And the wind is 240 at 13 knots. You have to do a slash. Okay, that looks good. So VREF is 124 at flaps 5. Tim J had the Korean burger today. Fish and chips can be really nice, but sometimes it's not good. Like anything, my guess is absolutely that it can be ruined. It doesn't take that much. Sunjammer's still up at flight level 240. We're going to be living a little bit dangerously and buzzing the water here in our E-Jet. I'll probably get a letter from City Flyer saying, you shouldn't be buzzing Nessie in our E-Jets. Greetings, DMK. Happy weekend to you. Thank you for coming by today. If you want really nice fish and chips, Rave says on a Scottish theme, Anstruther Fish Bar was amazing. Did I say that even correct or close? A fish bar. I've never heard of a fish bar before, but that sounds good. A fish bar. Really? That's awesome. Okay, looking pretty good here. Mostly we're just VFR. It was close. There was in one of the movies, I forget which one, it was one of the later movies, they showed the train, the Hogwarts Express going back to school. And it was obviously a part of Scotland, I'm guessing, where the ground was almost orange. It was just almost orange. And looked really kind of desolate and scary. How long does it take to do quick turn in the Phoenix? If you planned ahead and got your flight plan done before you land, it doesn't take long at all. Just have to load and unload and load in the new stuff. You can do it probably, I could probably do it in 10 to 15 minutes, more like 20 if I needed to. Martin said they served fish in school the day you did your driver's ed test. Oh my gosh, you had food poisoning when you had to do a test, and that ruined fish for you, right? Really? Yeah, I'll bet that ruined it for you for sure. I think it was maybe Order of the Phoenix. It could be. I actually only usually watch, I start watching Harry Potter each year around Halloween and finish up, a little bit before the Christmas holiday for me. Maybe more like Half-Blood Prince. I think that it was there because, things were starting to get a little depressing. But I think, Mister, you're right. Probably that one. But the train's just going through this very desolate area, and the ground, like I said, the ground was orange. And I think I've seen it before because I think I saw some of the same scenery in not Spectre, the one before, when James went up to his house. But I think it was the same thing there. I'm not sure. Okay, there's 14,000 feet. We're clearing some of the hills. I see some of the water ahead. I'm going to go ahead and do speed down. Skyfall. How could I not remember 007's home? Skyfall, that was it. So really trying to just slow it down. I'm going to continue to allow the descent to come down. Let's continue down to 7,000 feet. And 250. We're a little bit off course. I am off course right now because I want to loop around and come down. I'm in a jet right now, so I kind of want to make the turn to come down to and fly down Loch Ness. I thought that one was one of the good ones too. The house was built on a forest near London. Oh, really? The same forest for Gladiator? Galator? That was quite the house. So I'm kind of going a little bit out towards the water so I can make my turn. Timothy Dalton, last name. Really? Well, I'll bet you, you know, in school started going more by Dalton there with some of the people there. Okay, that was the same forest for Gladiator. That was supposed to probably be the German forest, right? Okay, looking for the water here as we kind of come on in. I see water up ahead. And we'll let it continue down to 5,000 now. No idea, Mr. X. I don't know. I've kind of got an unpopular opinion about that, and it might be a little bit self-serving. Not 100% sure that it's the most popular, but the thing is I think James is a product of his time. It's like what M said to Pierce Brosnan, you know, you're a relic of the cold dinosaur, relic of the Cold War. And you know what Ian Fleming wrote it was a Cold War. And it's almost like, let's let James stay in James land and let's see something new. And again, I feel like it's self-serving because I've got, you know, 3 books of spies out there. And we just like to see, you know, the times have really changed. So again, maybe that's not the best take on it. I don't know. Okay, coming down to 10,000 feet. There is water. That is going to be our turn. Okay, let's go ahead. The big puffy clouds are not helping our VFRing today, are they? There's 10,000 feet, 250. We're not going to get a speeding ticket. Looks like possible icing here. Let's go ahead and make a turn now to 300 degrees and see how this works. Continuing down to 5,000 feet. I see absolutely nothing out there. Ha, live weather. I know, isn't the automatic de-icing? I mean, it's up there and it's flashing at us and it's making us all scared and stuff. But it's really nice to have. It's really nice to have. What is going on with the weather here today? Jeez Louise. About ready to go feet wet according to the map. So here we are coming in there. There's Loch Ness, so we're coming down there. So we'll kind of come around here, and that should take us right in over Inverness. Hey, there's water. All right, let's go ahead and do another turn. That should be about it. It's about balance. Push and be in front, but I also think respect the character. And hey, SRQ Aviation, thanks for coming back by. Is this airplane worth buying? Oh boy, that's a toughie. That's a tough question right now. It bumps your VAP speed. Okay, so Emmett is in chat. Emmett Freeman is on YouTube and says, when it says the stall protection ice speed comes up and flashes, what that means is it's bumping our VAP speed by about 10 knots for icing. Outstanding. Thank you, Emmett. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Okay, we're about ready to come past the airport, and I see nothing. Nope, don't see anything out there. Thanks for coming, Emmett. Here we go. Nope, just clouds all over the place. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're a little bit east of the airport now. We are actually over the water. Hopefully the ceiling gets a little bit better. Oh, look at that, like magic. All I have to do is whine about it, and it seems to work. Okay, so coming on up here, here is Inverness Airport. There is the airport. We've been here a few times. It's a fun flight. And there's 6,000. How about 3? Let's also give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. I'm going to go 210. Hawk Driver just got cheerful. Hey, Hawk Driver, thank you for the cheers. Awful nice of you. Thanks, Hawk Driver, for some extra support and great jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, right over Inverness, and so what we're going to do now is we look for, there's the airport, there's this little spit of land here, there's the city, and Loch Ness is going to be right down here. Speed's coming down. Juvon says to hydrate. Now's the perfect time to do that. And there's Loch Ness up there. I was always thinking it would be so cool to take the sailboat. I have a very small sailboat on a trailer, and be able to take it up through here and sail up and down Loch Ness. But from what I understand, there's some low bridges from this area here into the loch. So I'd have to take the mast down, and that's not good for sailboats. Juvan, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And there's Loch Ness. Hey, we finally got underneath the clouds. All right, let's go ahead and start a turn over here. Remember, we're in a jet, not going too terribly slow. We are at 4,000. Let's let it go to 3. There's 3. Are we about to do something magical? Okay, well, the co-pilot, as we go over Loch Ness, to make sure that Nessie is happy, we always bring a box of Timbits from Canada in and throw into the water so that Nessie doesn't, swim up and, chomp the airplane as we're flying by. Couple degrees over here. And down the loch we go. Let's do a quick fuel check. How about that? Fuel is 1.9. I don't think that we should dawdle. We should not spend too much time here. What's minimum for our alternate here. How bad off are we? 1.3. So we don't have a ton of extra fuel right now. Whiskey and tablets go into the lock here. All right, how about a few degrees to the right? And coming up on 3,000 feet, that's probably pretty good. The wind right now is not messing with us a lot here. We've got a wind from the west, from the right blowing us to the left. Let's see. Rav says the tablet is a Scottish delicacy. It has nothing to do with pills. And that's 3,000 feet above Loch Ness. I think that was a bird. Oh, those are boats. Boats are all out looking for Nessie. Okay, so continue on here. We're going to go down the lock, then it changes to a new one, and then we wait for the side lock. Let's see, that's 3,000 feet. Altimeter is 1002. Let's see, 1002. It's a sugary, a lock is a sugary kind of candy. And just a couple of clicks over here to keep us down the center. Okay, let's go ahead and let it go down about 500 feet. That was not how to make it go down to 500 feet. I thought there was a way. There it is. Now we can go to 2,500. And gentle descent, nothing really fast here. Looking good. Couple degrees to the right. I think the last time we did this, we were in Twin Otters. The last time we flew this, we were in Twin Otters. Oh, look at that. We got a small, I think that might be Nebula in the A319. Okay, now there's a little area here where there's just some small canals that go between the two.
25.
Uh-oh, hill's coming up. The Yogi, no, we're just messing around today. We did a serious flight. We did the DDay Pathfinder flight that we do every year on DDay. That was our serious flight. Now we're just taking the E-Jet and we're doing a let's go follow the Hogwarts Express up to the castle. So we flew up from London City, buzzed King's Cross Station, ran through platform 9 3/4, and we're on our way up. I follow rails. That's right. It's IFR. I follow rails. Okay. 2,500 feet, 210 knots. That's pretty good. We're going to slow down to about 180 for our turn at Fort Wilson. William, not Wilson. Fort William. That's our turn. But we have to go over this little canal area first. Well, this is better than the UK vacation dad game time, because where we're going, they're actually, if there's a castle, muggles like us can't see it. But here in Flight Sim with friends, we can. So it's really nice. Yeah, this kind of offsets that a little bit. It kind of offsets that. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Okay, and you can see as we're coming up here, that's that little canal. And Lenny Bobbins was telling me that, yeah, you could do the sailing in some areas, but to get down here, there's low bridges that the sailboat won't go under, so. Okay, let's come on over here. This is the second one. And once we get over the second lock and we get to Fort William, we need to slow down for some tight turns. Dad Game Time says it's narrow boating in these canals. The scenery here is really good. I'd forgotten how good this was. How is fuel? Fuel is it critical? 1.8. No, we're still okay. Where on the map are we right now? So Mr. X, that's Inverness. So we flew up here, we passed Edinburgh, and we went up to Inverness, and we've looped around here, and now we're kind of coming down Loch Ness from Inverness. From there, we're going to go down here to Fort William. We're going to go over here. This is what I call the side lock. I've got to learn the names, and then this is the magical lock right here. That's where we are. Got a couple of hills to watch out for. Nebula's doing pretty good. Really low up there. 1,700. You should actually... Did I get Volanta going? Yes, you'll see me the Volanta map. That's the Volanta map. So, yep, that works too. And we're going into a very small airport. So, we're gonna die. All right, this one, it says it's Lake Lochie, I guess. So this is Loch Lochie, then we've got another set of canals, and we make the turn here at Fort William. We're in jets, we're going fairly fast here. I'm gonna go ahead and speed now to 180. For these tight, they've got a tight 90-degree turn. Flaps 2. There we go. There's a little flap. Northwest end of Scotland up to Cape Wrath. It's even more cool in the sim and the scenery. Have you got a tour that you like to do? Is there a tour that you like? Oh, that was flaps 3. I only wanted 2. Okay, good. Uh-oh. Big hills off to the side. So as we come out here, we'll follow the road, and I'm going to guess there's a canal down here too that attaches all of these. Here's Fort William, and we have to make this turn to follow the rail line. And as you're doing this, look off to the right side. You'll actually see the rail line there. And that's where the Hogwarts Express is going. All right. I think the autopilot's had enough fun for this. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Little bit of trim up here. Okay, so you see the water up there, and you can also see where the water is making the turn. You see Hawk Driver's making the turn right there. Impossible Face says this would be good in the Islander. Rave drove around the coast IRL and flew low and slow in the game. Yeah, it's not really jet friendly. The reason I'm in the jet is because we came up from King's Cross. Otherwise, it'd take a while. Mr. X is from Sweden and Scandinavia up north. Oh, absolutely. Really do like flying in Sweden, Finland, and Norway. It's actually really nice. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to go and bug 2,000 feet. I just don't want to go any lower. So down we go. Booty has landed at EGEO with a -350. The runway is short, and you did not want to float. Little trim might help. There we go. That looks good. There is our second. So again, like I said, I'm using completely wrong names, but this is the one where you make the turn. So I call this one the side lock. Auto brakes high and reversers. Okay, coming up on 2,400. Nebula's making the turn in the A319. 2,200. Okay, around we go here. And you'll have to look in the trees, but you should see a rail line modeled. There's 2,100. And this one apparently just hugs the side of this little lock right here. Just gonna let the AP take it for just a few more minutes. Okay, at the end, we're going to go over a little bit of land, but then as you're looking left, you're going to see another lock to the left, and then immediately look to the right, and that's where the viaduct is. So let's go ahead and we're going to let it go down to 1,500 feet. And we should be fine here. Hawk Driver said to pass. Okay. And then there's a couple little baby canals here, but that's about it. And there's going to be so these two little hills around this hill up front is where we should make our turn. Slowly going down to 1,500. Altimeters are checked and set, so that's good too. A little bit of a turn over here. Now the train track actually crossed the road a little bit off to the side here. So there's the road, there's the train track right over there. And as we come around, you see this lake right in here. Oh, I missed it. I think we have to go through this valley over here. I think this is not it. Wait a minute, maybe it is. Yeah, it is it. Okay. Let's go ahead and make a hard turn over here. Oh my gosh, there's a Quidditch pitch. There we go. All right, so what we'll do is we're going to come over here, not go splat. Roll out and come up here and hit pause. Now go outside the plane, go grab your drone camera and come on down here. You'll probably need a little bit of speed, so go to the camera setting here, and on showcase cam, go ahead and pick it up to about 130. And then that way you can get over to the castle, and then after that, slow down. So if you come in here, there's the Quidditch pitch over there. And now with this, there is this fence. So this isn't exactly right. So it's a good close approximation. So there's the clock tower. Probably one of the best time travel sequences I've ever seen in a movie was them taking the camera and running you through the clock, you know, for time travel, and then back through the clock afterwards. There's the main hall. So that's where you go to eat. And then there's the bridge there. So again, this is free over at flightsim.to. They did a really good job of this. If you come over here, I think the boathouse. Yeah, they put the boathouse over here. So there's the boathouse. And I'm not sure if they put the owlery up up on the hill or not. But the owlery is over there. Come on over here. And you got some real world boats at a fictional hotel. So this is a fictional hotel. This one's not real.
New recruit detected.
And if you come on in here,
stay sharp.
You can see that they've got some Harry Potter stuff over here. So we have a hippogriff over there. And then keep coming around there. We got the parking lot. And if you're flying slow airplanes, there is a Volanta challenge to fly over here. And that is not a very good version of the viaduct. That's not a very good viaduct. Something's wrong with my viaduct here, because it's supposed to be right there, and that doesn't look good at all. It's a little flat. Sunjammer's calling it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. Hey, thanks for the nice tour. Thank you for the flight plan. I'm going to save that file that you made so that we can do it again. But thank you so much for doing that at the last minute. Thanks for flying with us. Have a great evening. And F and Chris just did a nice follow too. Hi, F and Chris. So this part, this is all fictional. None of this is up here. Everything else is, except of course for the castle. And just a really nice version of it out here. And I think they put Hagrid's hut down by somewhere in the trees. I think that's in there as well. And there we go. That's where you will find a fictional Hogwarts in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And there's our airplane waiting for us to go and land. So let's continue on down. So we're good here. Now, have your hand on the stick when you do this, because when you go out of pause, it sometimes freaks out. And you don't want that to happen. Heading hold. AP. Now then, we got to go find our airport here. So here we are over here, and our airport is right over here. There's EGO. EGEO, excuse me. So we're a little bit low. A touch low on this one. Our altimeter is already set, and this is going to have to be visual. So I think probably I'm going to go to, how about 3,500? That's right, we've got this mountain in the way, right? Yes, it's a bit of a turn to final, Booty. Booty's right, this is a turn to final. This is not easy. Okay, we probably are going to need to turn around over here. Clear the mountains, and then we'll go straight into our airport and see how this works. Passengers were all very happy. They got to go and buzz Hogwarts. Okay, this is all looking good. We're passing 2,000, so 3,500 is perfect. That's going to get us over the hills and far away. I think we can go ahead and let's turn to a heading of 180 degrees. So we could start our turn to the south. And hopefully we don't go splat. Hi, Flying Eli. Welcome, welcome. I think it's going to be more like probably, I'm going to guess 165. Let's try 165 to get us heading in the right direction. Hogwarts was very nice. Something was wrong with my viaduct. The train viaduct was a little weird. But other than that, it was good. Okay, looking pretty good here. We're heading straight for the runway. Maybe another 5 degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. That looks really good. No nav aids. We're just going to have to do it all visual. No fear. Or no sense. You decide. All right. Landing lights on. Seat belts on. Sterile cockpit is good. Everything else is set up there. Speeds for landing. VAP is going to be, let's call it 124. So that looks really good. We are at 180 right now. I'm going to go and do, we're at 3,500. Let's knock 1,000 feet off of it now. After we get over this hill, safety first. Safety first at all times. Don't want to scratch the paint on our shiny little Speedbird here. Airport is off to the right. It's over right in here. In fact, I see a light over there that might be the beacon on top of the airport. I'm not sure. We'll wait till we get out over the water here. So I don't mind being just a little bit off to the side here. And let's go ahead and do a gentle descent now. About 500 feet per minute will keep us clear of that. It's the bacon, not the beacon. Of course it is. All right, this is all looking pretty good. One of the things you can do here is you can come on in and have a look. There's the runway right there. So it kind of follows along here. So as we come in, we're going to come over these two little islands and follow the roadway right down in there. So you can see here we are over here, getting kind of close. And so you can kind of see there's that little first island there. There's the second, and that's where it follows down. So that looks pretty good. 180, 180 knots, right? Yeah, that's safe. Landing gear, gear going down. Auto brakes, it's a short runway. I think auto brakes max. A gentle turn here should line us up really nice. I see the runway. It's right there, I believe. So that looks good. Nice gentle descent. Hey, Band Slam is back. And Hat Fridays. Hello, Hat Fridays. Welcome aboard. Airplane looks good. And I think the autopilot's had enough fun. AP is off. VAP again is 124. I'm going to call it 130 to land. That way we got a little bit of wiggle room. Flaps. Trim the nose up just a little bit. Flaps. You don't have auto speed brake in this. Okay, flaps are set. think I was on the wrong shoreline. Whoops. No problem. Let's just come over here. Okay. Gear down, 3 green. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes are set. There's our shoreline. There's our runway. That looks a lot better. A little bit like the last little turn
Sink rate.
when you're doing the approach
Sink rate.
into Corfu.
Sink rate.
This
500.
one's a little more of a turn though. Auto throttle is
Sink rate.
off.
Throttle. Throttle.
Auto throttle is
Sink rate.
off.
Throttle. Throttle. Throttle.
800.
Throttle. Throttle. Throttle.
Approaching minimums.
Throttle. Throttle. Throttle.
200.
Throttle. Throttle. Throttle.
Homes.
Throttle.
Sink rate.
Throttle. Throttle. Throttle.
Sink
Throttle.
rate.
Throttle.
Bank
Throttle.
engine. Bank
Throttle.
Oh, not good. Little fast.
Auto brake.
That was hard. That was a little hard. Yeah, the lags kind of killed us, didn't they? And let's see. We can taxi back off to the right. The lag was killing me, and that's the thing about the sim. Really like being able to fly this airplane, but the problem is indeed the lag. That's just killer. I don't think that taxiway is good. Let's do a loop-de-loop around here. Yeah, our wing's gonna take out those trees. Our wing's gonna do that. What's the most beautiful approach of them all? There was once a long time ago, and this is one of the reasons why I really like it so much. Hey, look at that. We've got Earl far away landed. Hawk Driver landed. Here comes Nebula and Riviera's. Oh my gosh, somebody came in with a United. There was a really nice sunrise that I did. Sunset arrival that I did into Mykonos. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It was actually in X-Plane. It was an X-Plane, and it was really, really nice. That was I mean, it's a real simple approach. Ooh, too busy turning off lights. But that was probably my favorite. Stuck the landing perfectly. Here comes Hawk Driver. Hawk Driver was in the C-700 jet. Nebula made it. We're probably going to take the trees out with our wings here. I don't think that they have E-jets flying here. Not butter, but we landed. Yeah, that's right. We get a traditional Scottish buttery breakfast fare here. Oh, I'll bet it's really good here. Okay, nose light can go. Oh, we never turned it on. APU, I bet they don't have ground power for this airplane. Off-roading in the Embraer. There you go. That's what we do. Far, far away looks like that's the 7. That's the A320neo. That's an A320neo. Okay, parking brakes going on. I had my speed brakes out, but I don't think the speed brakes deployed. Nope, speed brakes didn't work. Well, the speed brakes are working there, but it doesn't look like my speed brakes popped out there. That could be a problem. Okay, APU is up and running. I'm going to guess so. So, engine number 1, engine number 2. Let's go standby on the transponder. And all of that's going off good. Over here we can do beacon. Seatbelts. And all that looks good. Come on down here. Ground will need wheel chocks, forward stairs, open the main door. Engines are coming down. There goes our door open, and the passengers are happy. So let's see. Off-roading in the Abraer. Delta and the trading cards. Actually, I think the trading cards are kind of a neat deal that Delta's doing there. Kind of makes me want to go and, if I were to ever travel, go and do that. There's Hawk Driver over there. I think Nebula went over there, and far, far away, maybe taking back off. A little bit of a hard landing, but I don't think you really do the landing here. And this one was really nice. So we followed it just fine. And again, there's something wrong with my viaduct there, so I got to go figure that out. Indian Dude, we're going to kind of wrap it up. Today was a long day. So today we did the Sirius flight into the D-Day flight. It was really nice. It was also really great to follow Two-Tone Murphy. So Two-Tone Murphy was doing that flight too, and we were on the same server. And then this was just a funny little let's go find Hogwarts flight. Our first flight tomorrow, I am departing out of Charlotte, North Carolina. What's going on tomorrow is there is going to be one of those, I don't know if it's exactly 24 hours, but it's one of those really, really long days. So there's going to be a ton of ATC in New York City. And all the airports are going to be available for that flight. So I was going to depart from Charlotte, probably go to Newark or something like that for the big, for a 24-hour flight into New York City. And there'll be continuous ATC up there, so that should be a really nice flight. Then after that, we're going to do Mesa Gateway Airport to Northern Colorado Regional in the CRJ. It's Dog's birthday. That's a Dog's flight for us, so we're going to do that one. But once we get to Northern Colorado Regional Airport, maybe we can see where we are, because there's a Friday night ops. Saturday night ops is in Denver. So we could continue from Northern Regional and see, or we could go up to Minneapolis or something like that too. I actually don't know where that is. So what we could do here really fast is just look. KIWA, that's Mesa Gateway, and Northern Colorado, KFNL. There's Northern Colorado Regional. Okay, that's Falcon, that's Denver International over there. So this is a small airport north of Denver. So maybe what we'll do is we'll do that flight up there to Northern Colorado Regional, and then we could depart Denver and maybe go to Minneapolis like NASCAR suggested. We're trying to not schedule every single flight so that we can be, kind of flexible like this. And then we've got Rotterdam online on Sunday, and of course Vectors to Copenhagen on Monday. And I was showing you the map, and I was doing the map over here. So that's what's going on with all that. So, yep, there's Northern Colorado Regional. It's up to the north of Denver, and so that's Denver down there. So maybe we'll do it, or something along those lines. But I think we made it. Thank you for flying with me today. This is a really great, a fun event for me to be able to do. It's a good military tribute flight, one that I'm very grateful that you all let me do every year. It's the same route that we do, but I'm really grateful to, tip a hat of respect to everybody that was involved in the D-Day landings and stuff. Then we'll also do the other military flight is back in October and November. That's the Berlin airlift. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. I'll see you in Charlotte. I'll have a flight plan put up over on Discord and also on Patreon first thing in the morning for you out of Charlotte. Hopefully we've got some really nice weather for that going on, and that should be a nice flight. There were some incredibly generous gifts today. Really, really generous gifts today, and I'm super duper grateful. Thank you for the really nice support. Thank you for coming in and helping me to keep the lights on. We're all kind of dealing with some difficult times right now. It's kind of the same way over in Twitch, so I really appreciate the great support. Thank you for helping me to continue what we're doing here. Today, I believe, is Mustafa's birthday. We need to go and say a big happy birthday over at the Moose Lodge. So I hope that you'll enjoy me. I think Moose is flying his favorite airplane. It's the Mad Dog, going Vegas to San Francisco to Fresno. So it should be a really, really nice day. Let's go say a big happy birthday to Moose. And again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the really, really, really awesome support. Thank you for flying with me on 2 of these unusual flights. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for flying with me. And I cannot wait to see you tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. We've pretty much backed our departure time up by about an hour. So we'll see you then. In the meantime, as I always like to say, please, please, please stay healthy, stay safe. I'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1800 Zulu. Thanks for being here. Cheers.